Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for making a date with us on our 7th policy dialogue under the project team, Motivating Higher Education Reforms in Ghana Towards Equity and Sustainability. I would crave your indulgence that those of us behind, let's all kindly move forward so that we can have a close-knit interaction today. So those of us behind, please bear with us and kindly move forward. Thank you very much as you listen to our humble appeal. We are most grateful for your time with us today, and we hope and we promise that our interaction will go a long way to satisfy our project team, which is motivating higher education reforms. Thank you once again. Okay, thank you. We shall start our morning's engagement with a round of introduction. We get to know those present here with us so that we can kick off our interaction and have a fruitful discussion.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. My name is William Kumson. I am the Vice Chancellor for Valley View University.
Maba Bentlandam, I'm a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and a past president of the academy.
I'm Isabella.
Good morning. I'm Collins Mafojman from One Nations University.
Good morning. I'm Evans Techi from GTech.
Good morning. I'm Elena Japon, also from GTech.
Good morning. My name is Lucia Japong. I'm the Vice President for Institutional Advancement, Academic City University College.
Good morning. My name is Abna Engman. I'm the Dean of Students for Academic City University.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Professor Herbert J., Rector of Cape University College.
Daniel Obinofori, Vice Chancellor of Catholic University of Ghana, Fiapre.
Good morning. I'm Eugene Abraham from the Ghana Employers Association, Head of Research.
Good morning. I'm Michael Uswansa, the National President, Ghana Association of University Administrators, GAWA. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Justice Baule, Dean of the University of Ghana Business School. Thank you.
I'm Benedict Osu from KN University.
I'm Patrick Swansea from KN University.
I'm Irabado from African Research Universities Alliance, Aurora.
I'm John Japon from
Well, a fellow of the academy.
My name is Tego. I chair the steering committee of this project that we're dealing with.
I am James Hawkins Ephraim, a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences.
Prof. Kofinti, president of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences.
Techua Menu, fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and coordinator of this project.
All right. Thank you very much for the introductions. At this juncture, I would like to invite the president of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, Emeritus Professor Kofi Opoku-Nti, to welcome us officially to today's event. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you. Vice President of Sciences, Ghana Academy, past President of the Academy, Fellows of the Academy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. I thank you for honoring our invitation to participate in today's policy dialogue. I'm very pleased to welcome many of you who are familiar with the Academy and its programs, as well as those who are visiting us for the first time. I invite you to enjoy our facilities and consider it as a potential venue for your future events. I'm very hopeful that you will find this program thought-provoking, enlightening, and stimulating. Let me extend a special welcome to Dr. Lucy Ajimai, our consultant, to Dr. Patrick Swansea, our reviewer, Dr. Ivan Stechi, one of our panelists. I think I waved to you before. And then Professor William Kumson of Valley View University, and Justice Baole, my Dean of the University of Ghana Business School. Welcome. We have an impressive group today, and I'm hoping that we will have a very good engagement. And I appreciate your presence and participation in this policy dialogue. Let me give you a brief background on the policy dialogue. The policy dialogue is made possible by a grant awarded by the Carnegie Corporation of New York to support higher education projects of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. We also appreciate the support we have received from the Bank of Ghana to our higher education project. We are here today to conduct a policy dialogue on the development and growth of private universities in Ghana, implications for access, equity, and sustainability. This is the last of our 7 policy dialogues that the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences has organized under the project Motivating Higher Education in Ghana, Reforms in Ghana Towards Equity, Sustainability. And this project was developed under the able leadership of Emerita Professor Techua Menu. We thank Emerita Professor Techua Menu and her team for conceptualizing, developing, and managing the GAAS Higher Education Project. I also extend a special welcome to Emeritus Professor Clifford Tego, Chair of our steering committee. The goal of the Ghana Higher Education Project is to provide a platform for independent persons and groups to reflect on the challenges of higher education sector on a regular and a sustained basis. We aim to bring together different stakeholders to undertake reviews of current policies and inject independent research evidence to inform new policy considerations. Our forums and platform can also provide a sounding board to explore emerging higher education policy issues. Above all, we want to facilitate consensus building through open and objective discussion of higher education policy. For today's policy dialogue on the development and growth of private education, private universities in Ghana, we are bringing together stakeholders from selected public, private, and technical universities, as well as regulatory institutions, industry, civil society, and media to assess and brainstorm on the policy. There's a background paper to assess the policy, followed by a review of the paper and a panel discussion, and finally an open forum. It is incredible that how Ghana went from a purely state university system of a handful of specialized universities to a new landscape of close to, I believe, 100 private universities in the last 30 years or so. I really believe that many of the founders and many of the founders and promoters of private universities were visionaries and entrepreneurs who saw opportunities to provide missing services in the public university that the public universities were not delivering. There were issues of access, quality, and one-size-fits-all frameworks. But like most entrants in a new market, they had to create sustainable strategies to differentiate themselves from each other and from existing public universities. But there was a rub. The regulatory environment required them to be mentored by their potential competitors. There was also the idea that the private universities should be set up to be replicas of the existing public universities that have existed for almost half a century and accumulated a wealth of infrastructure, faculty, alumni, and well-recognized programs. Above all, the newly formed private universities will be operating in a low-income economy with severe financial constraints for both students and the universities. In many countries, the latecomer private universities were usually funded by highly successful legacy entrepreneurs or foundations. But that was not the situation in Ghana. I believe we are all going to be enlightened as this policy dialogue unfolds and shows us how the private universities have built different business models and strategies to capture opportunities and address various challenges in the environment. I'm particularly interested in the ways they have adapted or helped to restructure and educate the regulators on their special needs. I'm also interested in the innovative ways they have impacted the higher education landscape. We are lucky to have an impressive list of participants, some of whom were brought in very late to take up the challenge in good stride. We have resource persons and participants who are deeply involved in crafting the growth and sustainability strategies for private universities and navigating the complex regulatory landscape. It is fitting that our final policy dialogue is on private universities. We can put into proper perspective how some of the policy issues we have discussed in our earlier policy dialogues impact private universities favorably or adversely. I believe we are going to be enriched by this policy dialogue on private universities, and I hope that this policy dialogue will open up new opportunities for the participants or their organizations to collaborate with the Ghana Academy on projects of mutual interest. Let me mention that the GAAS Higher Education Project is organizing a closing international conference from the 28th to 29th of November 2024 on the theme, Transforming Universities for 21st Century Africa. It will be held in this same auditorium. I welcome you and wish you an exciting and productive technical session. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, the President of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. Now that we have been properly welcomed by our President, I believe the program has received its blessings to go on earnestly. We would at this point like to take a brief remark from Dr. Emmanuel Techi of GTech, after which we will be having a photo session and our coffee break. Thank you and welcome, Dr. Techi.
Good morning. Which one? Oh, okay. Right. Good morning. Yes. I'm short of words, even though I've written something, but this is just off record. I stand here and I see Prof. Tego, my former VC, my uncle and brother, Senior Usu, used to sit with him at union activities. And I listened to him argue eloquently for issues that concerns academic welfare, academics and their welfare. And today I stand here, Prof. Japon. I've worked with him, I've listened to him, I've learned from him and others. Prof. Abba. Can you say Araba? Andam. Is it Andam or is it? Yes. So thank you very much. Let me proceed. Please, I stand here representing the Director General of GTEC, and he would have loved to be here present himself, but he's otherwise occupied. And so I read his words as they are for our attention. All other sentiments that will be derived from this speech is for Prof. Jinapo. Thank you very much. I also recognize all the protocols prior established. It is a profound honor to stand before you today at the 7th Policy Dialogue organized by the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences on the pivotal theme of development and growth of private universities, implications for access, equity, and sustainability. We at GTEC extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Academy, as well as Emerita Prof. Techiwa Mano and her dedicated team for their unwavering commitment to fostering dialogue on higher education reforms in Ghana. Oh, this one is working. Then I don't need to carry this. Yes, then take your thing. Right, this works. Right, thank you. We gather here, as we are gathered here, we are reminded of the transformative power of education. Higher education is not merely a pathway for individual advancement. It is a cornerstone of national development, shaping a society that thrives on innovation and sustainable growth. Over the past 3 decades, we have witnessed the remarkable evolution in our higher education landscape, particularly with the emergence of private universities. These institutions have not only diversified our educational offerings, but have also provided alternative pathways for countless students. And as the president pointed out, I just checked on our system, and as it stands now, we have about 120 privately funded universities in Ghana, of which at the last count, 13 had fully chartered, but hopefully by the end of the year, more would have chartered. And this, I believe, is part of the evolution and growth and our efforts towards assuring that our education system is sustainable. However, this significant growth has brought forth a set of challenges that we must confront with diligence and collaboration. Issues such as high tuition fees, quality assurance, inadequate infrastructure, and aging faculty are pressing concerns. I was just told that I was growing old by Prof. Tego. So obviously the aging comes in here. That threatens to undermine the very principles of access and equity that we strive for. It is imperative then that open and objective discussions, as we are about to do, to critically examine these challenges, solutions that prioritize the interest of all stakeholders, especially our clients, our students. The GTEC, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, recognizes the vital role of a robust private university sector that complements our publicly funded institutions. Our commitment to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to quality higher education remains steadfast. We envision a system where equity is not merely a goal, but a tangible reality, where every student, regardless of their socio-economic background, can pursue their academic aspirations without undue financial burden. Today's dialogue presents a vital opportunity for us to share insights, experiences, and recommendations. It is with heartfelt, deep emotional commitment that I personally, on behalf of my boss as well, encourage all of us here, esteemed professors, industry leaders, policymakers, to contribute our expertise as we navigate the complexities of our higher education system. Together, let us foster consensus around policies that not only enhance sustainability, but also ensure that our institutions adhere to the highest standards of quality. As we delve into the discussions today, let us be guided by a shared vision to enhance the educational experience for all students and position Ghana's higher education sector for a sustainable and inclusive future. Before I end, I urge us all to approach this dialogue with an open mind and a commitment to constructive engagement. Together, let us envision and build a higher education landscape that promotes access, equity, and sustainability for everyone. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kechi, for the brief remarks. Brief as they were, they contained a lot for us to digest. Thank you, participants. We'll have a brief photo session at this point, and then we'll have a coffee break. From there, we'll move into the technical session for today. Thank you. So please, let's all come forward and have a short photo session. Please, some can climb up the stage whilst others stay down, yes. All right, thank you very much. So please, we can have coffee and then we All right. Good morning once more. I believe we have had something for coffee and we are ready for the technical session. Emerita Professor Teacher Amenu would MC the session from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. Good morning, everybody, and welcome again. I think that we have been well prepared for this session. We got very inspiring remarks from both our president and the representative of the Director General of GTech on the theme for our deliberations. We're going to have a presentation of the background paper by Dr. Lucy Ajepong on behalf of the consultants, followed by a brief review of the paper by Dr. Patrick Swansea, and then we'll have a panel discussion followed by the open forum. I must say that I have not been very fair to either the consultant or the reviewer, and maybe the panel discussants also, because we haven't had as much time as we would have wished to prepare this session. But like the president intimated, the project is coming to an end. We will be having a closing conference at the end of November, and we needed to have this done. So normally we would have provided you with an executive summary of the report. It is not there. What you got was a concept note. But I believe that the consultants will give us enough detail from the presentation to enable us to have a thoughtful discussion. And then, as we have been doing, they will prepare a policy brief from the background paper, and we will be publishing all the background papers that we have commissioned, as well as the policy brief. And I am taking this opportunity to remind you, or no, not remind you, but be informed about the conference, but to let you know that we'll be expecting all of you to participate in the conference, which will be on the 28th and 29th of November. So, Dr. Japon, I know I haven't even given you time to take your tea, but that's how it is. So please come forward and give us the presentation. I'm sure she will tell you that she's presenting on her own behalf and on behalf of Dr. Abena Engman and Professor George Bob Miller. Thank you very much and welcome.
So good morning, everyone. Oh, good morning. So standing on existing protocols, I want to say a massive thank you to Emerita Professor Teacher Amenu for reaching out to us and tasking us with this very important background paper for our policy dialogue today. It's something that, coming from a private university myself, something that we see on a day-to-day basis, and an opportunity for us to have an honest and open discussion about where we are now and some of the challenges we face was an opportunity that I couldn't refuse. All right, so today I'm going to be doing a presentation on the development and growth of private universities, implications for access, equity, and sustainability. And as Emerita Professor Manu said, we are 3 people on this paper: myself, Lucy Japong. I have Dr. Abena Engman with me at the back there, and Professor George Bob Miller as well, who contributed to this paper. So our presentation has been outlined as follows. One, we'll start off with an introduction and a background to the paper. Then we'll do a historical development and growth of private universities. We will have a look at the current landscape in private higher education institutions in Ghana. Then we will move on to touch a little bit on the business models and financial sustainability. We'll take an opportunity to look at some of the growth trends in enrollments, trends in faculty. We will talk briefly about the governance structure, the role of private higher education in access and equity and sustainability, and what does the future prospects for private institutions look like? What are some of the policy and regulatory environments we need to be considering? And what are some of the key recommendations that we want to share for policy and practice? I'll then finish off this presentation with a conclusion, and then hopefully after that, we'll have an interactive dialogue session. So if we're going back to a bit of the introduction and background, higher education in Ghana has always played a vital role in national development, dating as far back as 1948 with the establishment of what was called University College of Gold Coast, which we all now know as the University of Ghana in 1961. The main purpose of higher education back then was to be responsible for training the skilled workforce of the country. But over the years, there's been an increased demand for tertiary education, as well as education reforms, which has led to the birth and surge of private institutions in Ghana. If you look at the increase in population growth, as well as increase in enrollment numbers in tertiary institutions and the inability for public institutions to swallow them all, this initiative birthed the whole concept of private institution. And the expectation was that with this upsurge of private institutions in Ghana, we would see an increase in quality in tertiary education. We'll be able to bridge some of the gap in infrastructure and access. We will be able to groom the young people to become top-notch scientists and business entrepreneurs through specialized program offers and curriculum that are designed to appeal to industry. Nevertheless, there was an expectation that private universities will make public universities a little bit unattractive to those who desired for a more personalized learning environment and development, and to aspire for more academic excellence. So this expectation boosted the popularity of private university among the teeming youth in the early 2000s. So this became the preferred choices for children and wards of some of the elite and middle-class Ghanaian. The image of private universities reached its ultimate when some of them received really high ratings by internationally recognized assessors. And I believe Valley View is here. So Valley View was one of those that was recognized as well as Asheti University. However, the reality of this is that not all private institutions have been able to get to that level of excellence. In actual fact, some studies have documented that there are challenges that are faced by private universities in general. Their survival and resilience has been attributed to their affiliation with public universities, because for those that are not chartered, their students go out there on the certificate of the public universities. Others have also contended that the operational difficulties tend to evolve around the founders and their small group beneficiaries. So what we want to try and do with this background paper is that we want to analyze the development, growth, impact, challenges, and future potential of private universities in Ghana and their role in being able to address access, equity, and sustainability. So if we're looking at the historical evolution of private higher education in Ghana, we can categorize them into 4 distinct periods. So let's look at pre-1992, which was dominated by public institutions with minimal to no private influence. Then we move on to between 1992 to 2000, what we are calling the foundational period, where legal reforms and the establishment of the National Accreditation Board and National Council for Tertiary Education birthed the possibility for private institutions to come into fruition. Then we look at the period of 2000 to 2020, where regulatory improvement and the establishment of the joining of then NAB and NCTE to form what we now know the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Then we'll also look at the period which we are in today, 2000 to present, where we've seen an expansion and increased role of private institutions in providing accessible education. But let's take a little bit of a step back and look at the historical evolution again. So as I said, 4 distinct periods. We have the pre-1992, and this dates as early back as the colonial era, where initial higher education was focused on training for colonial administration. But it took a long time before we actually championed and asked for a tertiary institution or a higher education of our own. Prior to that, we created great secondary schools like the likes of Achimota and the rest. But to progress on to higher education, you needed to travel outside of the country. In 1948, the University College of Gold Coast, now the University of Ghana, was established with support from the University of London. Post-independence, between the 1957 and 1980s, Kwame Nkrumah's push for an Africanized, technically focused education to drive industrialization led to the creation of what we called Kumasi College of Technology, which was upgraded in 1961 to University of Science and Technology, which we now know as Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. This was followed by the third university, University of Cape Coast, which was primarily set up to educate teachers. I apologize about that. I thought that would be a bit clearer, but I'll go through that as with you. So from the 1980s to the 1990s saw a lot of reform. Economic challenges led to the end of free tuition for the 3 primary public universities. The Economic Recovery Program under the Structural Adjustment Program opened up higher education to private sector's participation in 1987. And then we saw the gradual deregulation of public higher education. However, even though it was opened up to private education in 1987, there was little to no uptake of private participation and the education sector till the early 1990s. In 1992, the 1992 Constitution of Ghana created several regulatory bodies for the higher education sector. 1993, we established the National Accreditation Board, which was to regulate and support private institutions. And in that same year, National Council for Tertiary Education, body to liaise between government and move on to 1990s to present. Enabled by this 1992 Constitution and demand for specialized programs, the government established a number of public universities across the nation. At the same time, private institutions also increased in numbers. So as of 2020, National Accreditation Board had accredited over 70 private universities, including Central University, Methodist University, All Nations University College, Catholic University College of Ghana, Islamic University College, Presbyterian University College, Wisconsin College, University College, Valley View University College, and Ashesi University College, amongst others. Come to present day, as of 2024, and I believe when we're having our speech by Dr. Techi, he did mention that as of 2024, GTech has accredited 120 private universities. So if you look at the breakdown of overall private tertiary institution, which will include the likes of university colleges and polytechnics, we are looking at about a total of 141 institutions present day. So let's look at the types of private universities that we have. Private universities can be categorized into what we say either they are faith-based institutions such as Central University, Pentecostal University, Valley View, Catholic University and the likes, or privately owned institutions such as Ashesi, Academic City, Radford University, All Nations and others. No, All Nations is faith-based. Or it could be classified as for-profit or not-for-profit. So for-profit institutions such as Lancaster, Radford, Knatsford University, Academic City University, they have a focus on they are a for-profit organization. And then we also have for not-for-profit institutions like Ashesi and some of the faith-based institutions as well. So the difference that you can see primarily between private universities and public universities is that the governance and curriculum or the type of university is usually influenced by the founding organization. So if it's from religious or private owners, similar to the government one, which is influenced by government as well. You tend to see more interdisciplinary programs, more common in private university. And they play a role in their contribution to access and filling the gaps for public higher education. We want to currently have a look at the landscape of the private higher education in Ghana. And when you dot them across the map, as we have done here, you will see that predominantly 50% and more actually are located in the Greater Accra Southern region. The only two that you find in the north are Advanced Global College in Tamale and Miller Institute for Transdisciplinary and Development Studies in Bolgatanga. So Ayalazun and Aziaba 2021 attribute this to the northern-southern equality gap in Ghana. So with the regions in the south of Ghana being more economically advanced, you tend to see that private higher education institutions find it more financially sustainable and investment worthy to be able to be located in these regions. The interesting thing is that when you look at the public universities, a combination of the 16 public universities as well as the public technical universities, the trend is quite similar. 57% of public universities are located in the coastal belts, 19% in the middle belt, and about 24% in the northern belt. And you can actually count those in the northern belt. There's 5 universities in the north. Sources of funding for a private institution. So in Ghana, the main sources of funding for public higher education institutions include government grants, Get Fund development and donor partners, and internally generated funds and private sector supports. The cost and funding for public higher education institution is regulated by GTech, who advise the Ministry of Education on issues of finance. But private sectors don't have it like that. Private institutions are heavily reliant on tuition and academic user fees. Some private universities receive such funding and participation in donor-funded projects by either regional and international organizations as a source of funding beyond their tuition revenue. Private universities also sometimes partner with industry on multiple projects as a source of funding for funding. Some of these partnerships come in terms of scholarships or projects. So when you look at it from a business model or financial sustainability perspective, you will see that private institutions are primarily tuition dependent. Limited access to government support means tuition is the primary revenue source, making private institutions financially vulnerable. And as was earlier said, the rising cost of fees in the private sector. So an example that was given by one of the papers that we reviewed is that at a time, Catholic University was depending 95% of its fund from tuition. What this means is that when there's a decline in enrollment due to competition, this directly impacts financial sustainability. Most faith-based private higher education institutions also receive support from their parent organizations. So others like Islamic University College of Ghana, All Nation University receive donation and grants from abroad to cover roughly about 50% of their operation costs. If you look at models like Ashesi University, Ashesi has an Ashesi University Foundation, a registered nonprofit that spearheads its fundraising to support the school's mission. Other alternatives for private sector is international partnerships with funding agencies and charities, such as MasterCard Foundation, who also support and fund the needs of some private higher education institutions. It has been reported that over 50% of Ashesi students are on one form of a scholarship or the other. Coming back to the growth trends in student enrollment. Starting from the public higher education has always had higher enrollments compared to private higher education. And the significant rise in enrollment, especially after COVID-19 impact recovery and the graduation of the first beneficiary of the free SHS, saw a spike in enrollments. When you look at the sector, apart from the initial uptake in enrollment in 2011, enrollment in private tertiary institution has been constant, hovering around the 60 to 70,000 student intake, irrespective of the increase in the number of private tertiary institutions. So if according to GTech data, as of 2023-2024, the total student enrollment for private higher education stood at 70,557. From this graph that I'm sharing with you now, you can see that in 2020 to 2021, academic year 2020, saw the highest disparity between public universities and private institutions, with 88% of the total enrollment of students going to public universities as opposed to 12% going to private universities. And this is coming off the back of the first cohort of the first beneficiaries of free SHS. The expectation was that private university will be able to absorb some of these students. But the reality is that people who had access to this free education could potentially not afford private institutions. Let's have a look at the faculty recruitment growth trends as well. Historically, with private institutions, they have been heavily reliant on part-time academic staff due to cost constraints. There is a massive challenge in attracting and retaining high-ranking full-time academic staff. It is very hard to poach any professor, senior lecturer from a private university to come to from a public university to come to a private university, unless they are retired. That one is easy for them to come. Nevertheless, we have seen a steady increase in private institutions, increasing the employment of full-time academics, largely due to the requirement of GTech for us to try to meet the GTech required pyramid, which has been truly challenging for the private sector. Using data available to us on the GTech website, we can see that as of 2017-2018, private universities and colleges had a total full staff of 2,702. We saw a year-on-year increase to 3,023. Now, it will be interesting for us to see the data of what that looks like in present day. Coming to the governance structure. When you look at the governance structures of most private institutions, particularly the chartered ones, it is actually quite similar to the governance structure of public university. But what you see, or where you see a massive difference, is that there is a higher percentage of representation of the institution's founders or their representatives or owners of the or owners on the governing council or boards. So if you look at faith-based institutions such as Valley View, it looks like I'm picking on Valley View, but we've said positive things about Valley View. So, Prof, I hope you are happy. But if you look at faith-based institutions such as Valley View, Pentecost University, you see that several members of their council members represent the church or religious body. And what you tend to see is that there is a strong external representation from both academic and industrial backgrounds, depending on the mission of that institution, which are usually appointed in partnership or in collaboration with the founders or owners. Similar to public higher education, the functions of the governing councils are similar in that they are the highest decision-making body of the institution. Unlike public higher education, though, you will see that some private institutions have no student representation on their council. So an example is that Shesi has a board of directors with no student representation, whereas other institutions such as the one I'm from has a governing council which has student representatives. Now to touch on some of the role of private education in expanding access and promoting equity and sustainability. Private universities are supposed to serve as an alternative pathway, supposed to provide increased access for people who otherwise would not have gained admission to public universities due to limited admissions quota by public universities. The flexibility of private institutions, such as evening and weekend classes, supports working adults and other non-traditional students. Private universities tend to have a smaller student-to-staff ratio, which increases interactivity and personalized learning. Now, from the marginalized group perspective, private universities have seen a higher enrollment among female students, which is helping the gender parity issue. Some universities are very deliberate about offering targeted scholarships for both low-income students and female students, although this is not much across the whole spectrum. Private universities tend to have more flexibility or more, let me call it more innovation in their curriculum. They tend to have more market-oriented and future-ready programs. And I'll use us as a classic example. Academic City rolled out industrial and systems engineering, artificial intelligence and robotics, and they were the first to do that in sub-Saharan Africa, offering undergraduate degree programs in such future-ready areas. You will see that with private universities, there's a strong focus on entrepreneurship training at the core of their curriculum. Private universities are supposed to help bridge the equity gap, but the reality is that there are challenges. The concentration of institutions in urban areas, it means it limits access for rural populations. Institutions concentrated on economically advanced southern regions limit access to those who are located in the northern areas. And as was mentioned earlier, higher tuition costs present affordability barriers, particularly for lower income families. From an economic impact perspective, There is more access to higher education through private institutions, which means that young people get the requisite skills that is needed to be able to go out there and join the active workforce and add to national development. Job creation by the existence of private universities themselves through faculty and staff hires and indirectly impacting the local communities also is a form of economic impact. You see a lot of partnerships with industry for internship and applied training to ensure that we are meeting those labor market demands. Employment creation through the practical training and teaching in entrepreneurship hubs and innovation centers, such as what you see at Academic Cities Innovation Center, at Ashesi's Entrepreneurship Hub, starts to create people who become employers who can then recruit and employ others. There's also a social aspect to private institutions. You see a lot of private institutions having programs focused on ethics, entrepreneurship, I've already said, and social responsibility. And again, I'll use Ashesi and Academic City as an example of people who promote leadership and ethics. There's enhanced opportunity for disadvantaged groups, and there's increase in local community project engagement. So we can cite an example of Ashesi's University's alumni projects, which impact the local communities they've built community libraries. We can cite an example of some of the partnership that Academic City has had with Vodafone Foundation to train girls with different abilities in STEM and waste recycling. Now let's come to the financial sustainability and the funding challenges that private institutions face. Even though private universities are supposed to absorb the excess number of students from public universities, what you notice with public universities is that year on year, they increase the quota for their admissions. This means that private universities then need to compete with public universities for the same crop of students. There's higher operation costs in the private sector due to the investment in the state-of-the-art laboratories, albeit for small classes, and not to talk about the regulatory costs. Economic instability has a direct impact on tuition costs. There is limited scholarship funding, which restricts access of students without any financial means, i.e. low-income students. This hinders local equity efforts, therefore attracting more and more students from international communities who can afford it. If you use Academic City as an example, about 4 years ago, we had 20 international students. Now we have over 150 from 26 African countries, both Francophone and Anglophone. But there's opportunities within this. If private sectors are able to diversify their revenue sources through alumni donation, partnerships, grant and university-led ventures, then there may be an end in sight. Staffing and faculty challenges. Again, financial limitations hinder the recruitment of qualified PhD holders as our salaries are often uncompetitive. Yes, you may be able to say that at surface level, the salaries may look similar, but if you look at the benefits that comes with working for a public institution, I'm told free accommodation, transport allowance. I'm thinking of coming to public sector. It's not easier. But it makes it very highly uncompetitive for people in the public sector to move to the private sector. So what we are actually seeing is that a lot of new faculty who start their academic journey, join private universities, get the ranking, get the experience, and when they get the opportunity, they run to the public sector. But once they retire, we have them again. There's heavy reliance on part-time and adjunct faculty, which affects teaching consistency and quality. Over-reliance on part-time staff can negatively impact teaching quality, particularly in research and supervision-heavy courses. What we would like to suggest at this point is that, can we consider cost-sharing models for highly specialized faculty across institutions? Currently, if you have an adjunct faculty that is teaching in 2 institutions, GTech will not allow you to claim them as your own, no matter how involved they are in the work you're doing. Can we consider cost-sharing modules for highly specialized faculty across institutions? Can we have incentives for diaspora scholars to teach in Ghana, including tax waivers and reduced bureaucracy? Can we encourage people who have been in industry to come to the classroom and make it possible for them to teach? So current policy and regulatory landscape. Everybody in this room knows who GTech are and what they do. So GTech oversees quality and accreditation of all private universities. So when they stand here and say we have issues with quality, you have to believe them. GTech mandates that all private universities are affiliated with chartered public institution before they are granted full accreditation. This comes with its associated affiliation and regulatory fees, which public sector doesn't experience. During the COVID-19, there's been an increased hybrid learning demand. So oversight and quality control is required to ensure consistencies. But again, there are challenges with this mentorship. As we mentioned, there's about 16 public universities. We add the technical universities, we are in over 20 mark, with over 140 private institutions who are just to charter, who are to be mentored by a select few. There's limited capacity by the public institutions to actually provide effective and useful mentorship due to the growing numbers of private institutions. I can stand here to say that sometimes there have been tensions with GTech. I'll say positive tensions with GTech over accreditation and disparities between private and public sector institutions. GTech tends to be a bit stricter in the enforcement of accreditation requirements on private universities compared to public universities. If we look in the news, I think within the last year, it was reported that over 100 courses by University of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology were unaccredited. Which private university will be allowed to get away with that? We need to look at the regulatory environment and accreditation. So some of the policy reforms we are talking about, we believe that adjustments to enable private institutions grow without undermining their role in education. An emphasis on creating equitable policies that ensure both public and private institutions can thrive without disadvantaging each other. We need amendments to policies for private institutions to be able to access some of the public funding, have clearer mentorship framework for accreditation. Future prospects for private universities. What does the future of private universities look like? We believe private universities should be creating niches. They should be focused on specialized programs and emerging fields such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and sustainable business practices to meet labor market demands. There are so many opportunities for partnerships with international institutions, industry collaborations for research and funding. We are advocating for partnerships and research and industry collaborations between both public and private sector institutions. We need to expand regional access through satellite campuses or scholarships targeting undeserved regions to improve. We need to increase. There's a potential for us to increase the number of universities that can rival top public institutions. This will come with strategic investment in faculty and research capacity. I'll be wrapping up very soon. So key recommendations. What are some of the things that we need to consider for policy and practice? We are advocating for tax incentives for investments. There should be policies to incentivize private sector investments in education, including tax breaks and donation. We need to look at the funding framework reform. We need to expand access to public funds such as GET Fund or similar grants for private institutions with accountability metrics. We need to develop a stronger financial aid system, student loan options, so that students can access private institutions, which will enhance equity. We're pleading with GTech. We need to simplify processes for accreditation, reform affiliation requirements, and consider some of those fees. There should be support for innovation. We need to encourage government industry partnerships to support specialized programs and research. And for long-term sustainability, we need to promote income diversification through alumni engagement and external partnerships. So in conclusion, private higher education has always played a vital role in expanding access to tertiary education in Ghana. If we're able to address funding, faculty recruitment, and regulatory challenges, then we will be able to improve sustainability of private institutions. Supportive policies and partnership will allow private universities to further contribute to Ghana's national development goals. And despite all the challenges that we have mentioned today, we still believe private universities are positioned to contribute significantly to national development. Just some few key observations whilst we're conducting this research. We saw that there was a scarcity of recent data. So the latest data from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission on their statistical reports dates back to 2019, making it challenging to capture the current state of Ghana's private higher education accurately. There was a heavy reliance on secondary sources from past studies, which may affect the analysis relevance to present-day dynamics. If you look at a lot of our background research, we had to use a lot of outdated research. Much of the foundational literature on Ghana's higher education is from the period of 2004 to 2006. So this highlights a research gap, emphasizing the need for up-to-date and comprehensive studies for the sector. Our recommendation for the future research is that we need primary research where we can conduct in-depth primary research with the current statistics and insight into private higher education, which is essential for Ghana. More recent studies will support more accurate analysis and policy recommendation. Improve our data collection and accessibility, encouraging regular updates. So authorities such as GTech should be encouraged to publish frequent statistical reports because we know year in, year out, all the information is sent to them. We need more up-to-date data accessibility, which will enable timely and reliable analysis to inform educational policy and planning. And with that, I say thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to an interactive dialogue. Thank you.
Can we give Dr. Ajapon and her colleagues another round of applause? I'm sure what she has said has been music to the ears of many of the participants. And we are looking forward to a very vigorous debate. Thank you very much, Dr. Japon. I want to invite Dr. Swansea to do a brief review.
Thank you, Prof, for the invitation. I'm very happy that this session is going on now because private higher education needs to be discussed in Ghana. And I'm happy that this discussion has been triggered by the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. So I also congratulate Dr. Japon for the presentation. Like Prof said, I could not get my time to go through the document. So I'm going to talk about a few observations that I made. That is not to discredit what Prof. Japon did, but as academics, if you are given a document and you don't make a comment, it assumes that you did not read. So I have to find something for Dr. Japon. So, okay. So I think it's a very excellent piece that you have done with your team. When I read the document, I think I had a few observations about some of the things that you omitted from the background that could enrich the background of Ghana's higher education development. And one of them is the recommendations from the Asquith and Elliott Commission that led to the birth of University of Gold Coast. I think that is very, very important because that commission's recommendation led to the establishment of University of Gold Coast. That subsequently turned to University of Ghana. And that is very, very important because that traces our DNA, of the higher education DNA to the British education. So it's very, very important. I think in the document too, something that I observed, I think that has been captured in the presentation. That was the early independence, early independence higher education development at the University of Ghana, Kwame University of Science and Technology, University of Cape Coast, the role they played, that has been captured, and I think that is also good. I think in the document, what was missing was the role of the Bretton Woods institutions, the neoliberal policies that led to the liberalization of the sector. I think that gap was not well captured in the document. I think that was the beginning of the whole show. That prior to the early 80s when Ghana suffered economic crisis and subsequently structural adjustment program that came, that was also very, very important that we captured. Then there's also, before the 1993, something happened in 1988 and 87 as part of the education reform. The recommendation from the University Rationalization Committee. That is also very, very important because the University Rationalization Committee was tasked by the PNDC to make recommendations as to how the higher education sector can be reformed. And as part of their recommendations, they recommended that the sector should be liberalized. So it's also very, very important that you capture their recommendations. I think apart from that, in the document, it's also been captured that some institutions were not able to become tertiary institutions as a result of their lack of infrastructure. I think that needs to be looked at because becoming a higher education institution was underpinned by a policy. So it wasn't solely on infrastructure, but the policy that upgraded some of them, that allowed them. And if you look at if you read the university rationalization recommendation, you will see that they recommended for upgrading of some institutions. They also recommended that some non-universities, like those days polytechnics, could become tertiary institutions. So all those things mattered in the literature. Then you also made a comment that related to the upgrading of polytechnics in 1993. And I linked it to the development of private higher education institutions in Ghana. And I think that is a bit problematic because the development was solely from the recommendation of the University Rationalization Committee and the recommendations from the Bretton Woods institutions that Ghana should liberalize that sector because the expenditure on higher education was becoming too much on the government purse, and government could not sustain that because the government had gone through economic crisis. So it's very, very important. And it's also, I think a statement is also made in the document that the surge in the enrollment and access, in higher education was due to the upgrading of polytechnics. No, I don't think that is the reason. No, because even though the polytechnics was part, it's as a result of the liberalization of the sector that opened the space. And by opening the space, it automatically led to increase in enrollment. So that should be looked at. I think when it came to the demand for tertiary education, there are some factors that you need to consider. Now, the demand or the increase in higher education, some was as a result of the opening up of the secondary education sector. Because the World Bank had made governments to focus on secondary education, and that sector has started booming. So when that started booming, automatically graduates from that sector increased and led to increase in graduates. It also as a result of alternative pathways, because we all know that those days, if you don't go through A levels, there was no way we were going to the university. And as the government worked on pathways, it opened up the space. And I remember we had students who went to polytechnics to do HND, and they had to come to start from level 100 from universities. So as we had alternative pathways, it increased the sector. So that should also be looked at very, very well. When you talked about access and equity and the impact of private higher education institutions, for me, even though the access has increased, they've served they served those who were privileged. So access has increased, but they still serve those who are privileged, those who can afford. So that discussion should also be tightened very well. Even though that has increased, they still serve the same people who could afford, and that the impact might be minimal. So we should also look at that. With the enrollment as well, you capture the data from 2020. And to me, that is a bit problematic because if you look at the history of private higher education institutions, in the earlier stages, at the early 2000s, they saw a growth in their enrollment. So it reached its peak around 2012, 2013. It has started declining seriously. To the extent that I published a paper last year that they are becoming endangered species now. And I'm sure Vice Chancellor can testify to me how they are suffering now. So they got to their peak, now it's declining now. And why? Because the public universities are encroaching their territory by opening campuses everywhere. No. So they are encroaching their territory, and that is impacting on them seriously. So that might be one of the problems as well. And one problem can also be the speed at which public universities can, I don't know whether I use the word dam, the curriculum innovativeness of the private universities, because they are affiliated to them. And because of the affiliation, the public universities are privy to a lot of information from the private universities. So they start the program, the next season, you see that they are running the same program. So that is very, very, so I think GTech, that is what private universities should maybe discuss with GTech, because after they've come up with the program, maybe they should give them some, I don't know whether patent or something to run it for some time. And one of them is this physician assistantship. You know, it was started from the private universities, but now it's everywhere in the public. So I think that is one of the problems. We also made a case about the affiliation. That is a challenge. Even though it's a challenge, it's also an advantage to the private universities, because if you are affiliated to the University of Ghana, you know, it's a plus for you, because your students are taking University of Ghana certificate home. But now if you are chartered, what do they take home? So the private universities should also not take it for granted that the mere fact that they are chartering, you know, can save them. It can also lead to disaster for them. So we should be very, very careful. Even though GTech is saying charter now or get closed down, I think that decision needs to be discussed very, very well. It's likely that people come to your university because they might get University of Ghana certificate, University of Science certificate. But now that you are chartered and you are going with your own certificate, it also has impact. So even though affiliation is a challenge, it also has its own advantages. But I don't know the position of the current Education Act. I don't know whether it's still in the Education Act. To the best of my knowledge, I think affiliation is no more. That's why maybe GTech is forcing every institution to charter. I also talk about funding. And when it comes to funding, I think it's one thing that the private universities, I'm sure, will have to find a way to deal with it. Because if you look at your paper, you are suggesting that GRA should give tax intensive. But I'm sorry, Prof, I don't know why the GRA officers are not here. So I think they should be brought into this discussion, because if they don't support them, and like any other industry, I don't think if the government sees the private higher education sector as industry, because they also need support. If the government is supporting other industries like government supported industry after COVID, then the expectation was that government was also going to support this private higher education institutions, because they belong to an industry, which is higher education industry. So you can look at that as well. With quality assurance, I think in my earlier paper, I stated that private universities suffer accreditation bias and all those things. But I also feel that the private universities need to work with experts, you see, because if you look at the accreditation, the preparation of the document, you need an expert to support you. So if you're going to do it on your own, then it's likely that you will say that GTech is disturbing you, because it's an area that somebody has specialized in. So if you want to make your life easy, then it means that you need an expert. But that also comes to the governance of the private universities, vis-a-vis those that is run by the public universities. If you look at the operations of the private universities, I think their governance structure should not be similar to what happens at the public universities. Imagine a professor who has spent all his lifetime in a public university, now finds him or herself, he finds a way to a private university and confronted with the challenge of generating revenue. for the survival of that institution. I'm not sure the professor will find it easy to do. You see, so I think that in the policy recommendations, I think the governance structure should be looked at again. If there's a need to find a CEO or fundraiser somewhere who supports the vice chancellor, who will focus on academics, then that is fine. But when it comes to the financial sustainability of the institution, then I'm sure that there must be somebody who is good at raising revenue, finding a place in the organogram, maybe working with the vice chancellor. Other than that, it's going to be very, very tough for the private investors. So I think the rest, I will leave the rest to the opening forum because the discussion will continue. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swansea. Can we give him another round of applause? I also want to applaud him. He's coming from the Faculty of Educational Studies at KNUST, a very active young man. And for the conference that we are holding, he submitted abstracts and encouraged a lot of people, people that are affiliated with him, to also submit abstracts. And he had a very short time to read and respond to the paper. But as you can see, he has made a lot of important suggestions. Patrick, we were one of our regular attendees at our dialogues at the Parliamentary Select Committee on Education. So I was expecting them to pick up the issues that you are saying the GRA should pick up, the tax incentives, all of those things, because it has to go through Parliament. So that was the audience that I was expecting to pick up, but they are very important issues, and I'm sure that the consultants can liaise with you. I think they've addressed some of, you saw in the presentation that some of the points you made had been addressed, but there are further issues that can be picked up. But as you can see, this dialogue is really creating the space to raise very important issues in the higher education sector that so far we have not had the space to discuss. I'm sure it's not to say that GTech does not meet with the players, but it's more than GTech and the players. We are all very interested in that. So the reviewer has already kind of led us into the panel discussion and some of the issues that we will be probing. So I would like to invite now Dr. Techi on behalf of GTech, Professor Kumsin, President, Valley View University, Professor Justice Baule, Dean, University of Ghana Business School, Mr. Eugene Abraham, Head of Research, Ghana Employers Association, in place of Dr. Humphrey Ayim-Dake. And it's Mr. Isaac Ntim Asamoah here. So please come and join us up here. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of Professor Bill Pupulampu, Vice Chancellor of the Central University College. Thank you. Please. What? Sink or swim? No, we are all swimming. Is this on? So We've had a very stimulating morning. A number of issues have been raised, and we're hoping to have the president of the Association of Private University Students, so we could also have some student perspectives in this forum, but Mr. Ntima Samoa assured us he was on his way, but I don't know what has happened. So welcome. A rather unbalanced panel with, before the females were performing, now we have the usual. So welcome, this is really what our sector looks like. So I'm going to give a round where I want a general reaction from all of you to what you've just heard from the presenter. And then I have some specific questions to ask each of you. Okay, so we'll start with Dr. Techi. You want the VC to start? You are not properly dressed for it. Okay, so let the VC start. So VC, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, hello, good morning. Yeah, generally my observation is that the presenter did a very good job where you don't have any primary research and you have to rely on secondary data, as is in many research fields in Ghana. You have provided some information, but I believe more could be done, especially the timelines. Yeah, maybe you may need to interview cross-section of the private universities. I'm not talking about VVU because I come from VVU, but Valley University is 45 years now. So your data starting from 2000 or 2022 is woefully, it doesn't supply our needs. We started in 1979 as an Adventist Missionary College, doing religion, business, and education. And then 1997, we got our accreditation from NAB to run programs as a university college. We were affiliated to a university in the US. Actually, according to the history, things have changed. So I'm not proud about that, but actually when NAB was formed, most of the papers they needed, they came to Valley University to collect them. Because we have our Adventist Accrediting Association and Adventist Board of Education International that assessed our programs. So we go through double assessments in terms of quality assurance. Now, we were chartered in 2006. So you could see that the history dates back to 1979. So maybe in your timeline, you can go back to that aspect.
To be fair, in the paper,
Yes.
she does talk about these things.
Yeah, you need to, because if this is the research that is going to come out as a seminar paper, then you need to be able to straighten up the history. Other than that, someone somewhere will write another paper challenging this. So, but all in all, I think you did very well. And I personally applaud the work. But then let's straighten up the historical data. Thank you.
Thank you. So by design, all the background papers were based on secondary data. There was no provision for the collection of primary data, which also supports the point that she makes about data limitations. Virtually all the background paper writers complained about the difficulty with obtaining what should be publicly available data. Yeah. Thank you. Can you give it to Dr. Techi now?
Okay. Now I feel I can speak after, but I live very close to you, just so you know. So and I enjoy your bread. Yes, it was a very good presentation. it does highlight the situation of our country when it comes to tertiary education, where we've come from, where we're going. But I must clarify that the NCT as it stands has always been in existence. If you look at our history in the laws of this country, coming in from the Nkrumah era, it just has different names, and it predates accreditation. And it would dovetail into my point regarding your comment about allowing the public universities to run programs that are not accredited. Remember that over the period, all these institutions were established by laws of parliament to run programs. Now, these were already provided to them. We consider them as legacy programs. But over the time, when accreditation came into the system, and as the whole world's quality assurance paradigm changed and evolved, it became imperative that we subject them to the same accreditation processes. Of course, naturally, people become entrenched in certain ways of life. And so it has been a very negotiated, quite a bit nuanced negotiating, but we've made a lot of inroads. As of this year, for example, we've accredited more than 300 programs within POP. I think it's Elaine, my colleague is here. I think it's about 500 programs for public universities. Now it is an insistence. Why? Because you can't get any access to any grant out there if you don't participate in the accreditation process. And this is very critical. I got yes, GTech, I know we will take a bashing, but today we didn't take too much bashing, so thank you very much. But one thing is this, and we approach our public regulatory spaces as the way we approach our governance space. We always blame government, but we are government. GTech operates a system like this. It is for us, by us. So GTech as an institution is actually the entire system in Ghana. We self-regulate ourselves. As and when we have to accredit a program, we will be calling on Prof, we will be calling on you, because you are the experts in it. We only provide facilitating and coordinating support. And so if you look at how we operate, it means that wherever we are having a shortfall, you are the shortfall, not us. So let us all correct it. Let us all work together and let us build a system that is resilient. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that there are people who are joining the program by Zoom. I seem to have forgotten about them, but I want to say that we know you are there and listening, and we thank you. And if you do want to make a comment, you can always send it to us and we will direct it. Prof. Baule.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity to be here. I had to represent my Pro-Vice Chancellor, who was originally built to be here. And I really want to congratulate the Academy for this conversation, because I think it's long overdue. And so it's good that it's come anyways. And I think that the research gives us some conversations, and the conversation around data not being current enough tells us that it's a conversation that hasn't received a lot of active engagement. I always say universities research about everything in the world except themselves. And so the space that we belong to, we hardly do a lot of research on it, and so you don't find a lot of data on it. The conversation about the relationship, the private universities on their own, and the relationship between them and the public universities, and if you bring in GTech, it's a very complex conversation. And GTech, I don't want to talk about you now, but I'm sure I'll get the opportunity. But I think the conversation around several issues, and where I sit in the University of Ghana, a lot of the affiliates, private universities, actually deal with us in the business school, because almost all of them run business programs. And so they end up working with us. We have had our own.
I'll be coming to that.
Yes,
but
yes.
Right now I want an overview.
Yes. So in terms of the space, I think that if we didn't have this conversation now, it would be actually too late. If you look at the constraining environment of doing business, not just for the private universities, even tertiary public universities have their own share of the problem. And the role that GTech plays, whether or not GTech wants to consider itself as a facilitatory regulatory agency or a constraining regulatory institution, must be looked at. And I am sure that, like my colleague said, their behavior or actions towards private investors is the same towards us also. When I hear accreditation bias, you don't know what happens to us. To be honest, you don't want to know. And I'll give you one example. The issue you cited about the space where the Auditor General people come and say so and so programs are accredited. I was head of department for 4 years. At the time that I was leaving, I submitted the programs for accreditation for my department. I left the office and I'm in my 5th year as dean. I was away for 6 years. And then I get a letter from GTech saying the programs in that department had not been accredited since 2011. And I submitted the document myself and I have them on my file. So I wish that the Auditor General had gone to GTech also to audit GTech. But let's come to the conversation around private universities and all of that. But I think that it's a very important conversation that gives us opportunity to look at ourselves, not just us, but also private universities, also as universities that run a lot of management, higher postgraduate education, what our view is, for example, about the products that come from private universities and the conversations around all of that. I think those are very, very important conversations to look at. But I think it's a good time to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll say that, I mean, all the other dialogues that we've had, the issues that we've looked at apply as much to private universities, but we still thought that it was important to single them out. So you see that in this one paper, issues around funding, expansion, all of those have had to be looked at.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe before, just to say that the paper is very well written, except that when it came to impact, I saw that it was heavily focused on the impact of private universities. Of course, the paper is about them. So that's right. But for all other areas, the conversation was in comparison. And then when the impact story was told, it became only the impact of private universities and then the narrative of what they are doing and all of that. And we do maybe more in terms of you. So
See, cry your own cry. Huh? Thank you very much, Prof. Paoli. So I'll pass on to Mr. Abrahams.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me just say on behalf of the Ghana Employees Association, we would like to thank the Academy.
On behalf of the Ghana Employers Association.
Yes.
So you can see that we've been trying to touch the different bases, the regulator, the Shiache, the private university, the affiliator, mentor, employer, and then we wanted the students. Yeah.
Yes. So employer and industry as well. Okay, so thank you. I think Dr. Japon did so well with the base paper that you presented. It actually tells us the situation of higher education in Ghana, private sector, private public universities, private universities, and then the public universities as well. The challenge actually that I saw in the paper, let me just say the challenge before I come to the good size. Coming from an employer's perspective, I would like to see something related to employment. You could have conducted maybe some tracer study. Let's see how many of your graduates are getting employed out there compared to the public sector. But you have done well. You advocated that tax incentives be given, and that has been our position as well. In as much as we are representing industry, we also want to protect the enterprise called the Valley View, the Asheshi, Okay, this is it's a business that must also run. Okay, not just providing education, but the enterprise must be sustained. Actually, I'm not happy. I'm not quite sure that any of us in this room would be happy that all the private universities will be collapsed down or would be, as it were, extinct from the market. That will not be our position. I'm not sure anyone will vote for that. It means that we need them. And if we need them, what we do to keep them alive? We need to support them. And that will come out from concerted effort for government and GTech. For GTech, would appeal that let's be a bit flexible on this up and coming universities. They are not as old and strong as the University of Ghana. Okay, we all agree. And what do we do to protect them? MIT from the US is a private university. And when you mention MIT, we all begin to look around. Yes, that's a very good university. How did they get there? It's more than 150 years old. But how did they get there? How did they develop such a private university to become a renowned university in the whole world? It started from somewhere. Somebody mentored them. Government protected them. And so we also need to protect the private universities so that they are able to, as the presenter indicated, mop out the excess students that are available on the market. But I personally don't like that word. You must be able to also compete. It's not that we just sit and wait when the public universities do their missions, then what is left, they will go out for them. I don't think that's a very good business model coming from the business sector. So let's also be able to compete with our people, although we don't have the muscles yet. Yes, but that's a very good paper. Thank you.
Become universities of choice.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you very much for your initial remarks. I think that all of you have, expressed very positive thoughts about the state of our higher education institutions. And then the regulator, he knew he was coming in for bashing. So let's put on our gloves, huh? And he's got the body to sustain it. So we will do that. But I think that this highlighting of the space available for us to ventilate is really very important, and how to support it. And often we don't think of the role of industry also in supporting this space. So I think that this is also something that we should look at. Okay, so having done the preliminaries, I have specific questions for each of you. It's directed to you, but the others can also comment on your responses. So I'm starting with the regulator, of course. And we've had issues around disparities. You have children and you treat some of them like stepchildren. Equitable policies, etc. But so as a regulator, what would you say are the differences in regulating private versus public universities?
From where I sit and having spent quite some time in tertiary education, I would say it's more about bureaucracy. It's more about bureaucracy because the convoluted operational systems of our publicly funded tertiary education institutions makes it very difficult to run through their systems sometimes. Whereas it is very simple and easier to run through a shorter operational system within the privately funded universities. For example, you take a technical university and they are operating about 20 departments. Each department or each particular program, for example, has a coordinator, has a dean, they have the provost, and then they have all these systems in place. And so Once you want to have a discussion with one specific person leading towards a particular decision, you've got to run through that gauntlet of bureaucracy. When it comes to take a share, for example, just walk in there. You can just walk straight to the president without prior appointment in most instances. Go to the vice chancellor of KNUST or any of our public universities. Look, let's face facts. The bureaucracies are basically the main differences within the regulation. However, you must also appreciate that it stems not from the systems that are already there, but it stems from the fact that we don't eat what we kill in the publicly funded institutions. Whereas in the privately funded ones, you eat what you kill. In a public university, I stand to lose virtually nothing if I stall the processes of regulation and accreditation and quality assurance. However, in the private sector, if I put up certain impediments to the dissatisfaction of the regulator, the right letter sent to the right person has major repercussions. And so some of these things are things that as we work together, we need to appreciate. We work towards making sure that we reduce the bureaucracies of our operations. And then, of course, my senior would not agree with me, but we must also reduce the unionisms within the public universities, because every time you try to walk in with a regulation, be it that it concerns a union or not, and the welfare of that particular space, it becomes a union activity. And so every time it is like it's like someone going back home to lay eggs. By the time they get to lay the eggs, they are spent and they are dying. So GTech will sit down, look at it and go like, I need to get this done. These are my targets. Let me go after the privately funded universities. We will get it done quicker. Our performance indexes will come up. And so naturally, it's speculation. And speculation is about water percolation within complex systems. And it's about finding the shortest, easiest paths through the system. And so we do that. It's not that it is the right thing to do, but it is the circumstances around us. But like I said, we are the system. We need to find ways and means of making sure that we enable an environment that supports, sustains, and assures that we cohabit and work well to quality assure our tertiary education. Thank you.
Robert Ole, do you want to comment on what he said?
Yes. So I think he's right. The bureaucracy of the public universities can be really, really killing. And if you take Legon now, there are a lot of conversations to shorten processes. Otherwise, just getting the program through the approval process itself is so bureaucratic. The university, the GTech prefers to deal with the vice chancellor's office. In fact, now it's the registrar's office. So a letter goes to the registrar's office and it has to descend to my provost and it descends to the dean, to the head of department. And that's, in some cases, that takes like 2 months, 3 months down the line. You get a letter and you look at the stamp date on it and you're asking yourself, what's happening here? So that's true in terms of those processes. And those processes also then, because you have to channel the letter again through the same process to get to GTech. And I feel that sometimes GTech gets frustrated by us, whilst we get frustrated by GTech. But I think the bureaucracy in the public universities must reduce if we have to see the efficiency work in both ways. Because otherwise, sometimes by the time a program comes out of accreditation, it's actually already overused. And, you know, I hear our colleagues here talk about program plagiarism. When they bring us people to, yes, when they bring us people to come and accredit our program because of our long processes, by the time that your program comes out, they are already up and running. And we have suffered that many times. So I think we have to find a way. I hope that GTech can digitize at some point, because I've been asking myself, why do you have to go chase paper? Sometimes you get there and you can't trace your own documents that you have submitted. And the processes are such that I wish that if we had a digitized process where people can go in there and log their program in, it will help to reduce the bureaucracies that we currently find ourselves in. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Techi wants to say something before.
Yes, I'm happy you raised the digital thing. I did not mention the digitization thing because of certain nuances and potential misinterpretations. But currently we are rolling out what we call, I think it started way before now, but it has had a proper rollout now. I think it started with Prof. Tego when he was chair, when he wanted to see a tertiary institution, tertiary education management system and an accreditation. And then we moved into an accreditation management system. Now the two systems have been merged and it is being piloted. We visited and have had training sessions with virtually all the universities, including private universities. So hopefully from next year, the bureaucracy on our side in terms of the paperwork would reduce and the process becomes more visible digitally and virtually for everybody who is participating. So for you as an originator of a program, you can at any point in time see where the program is stalled in terms of its accreditation trajectory. So you would see whether it is sitting at, say, for example, as head of Department for Public Universities in GTech, if your program is sitting on my table and I have not clicked on a button that says approved, ready for next phase. Because it's basically just a matter of vetting the documents online and approving digitally. And so we are evolving our processes to also reduce the bureaucracies as we go on. And so by next year, you should see these innovations. I'm quite sure the private universities here will attest. We've had training sessions with you. Some of the public universities will also attest. Of course, we build you, but it's fine. It's normal. Thank you.
I'll be coming back to you, but for now, I want to turn to the Vice Chancellor. So in Dr. Ajapon's presentation, we heard a lot about brand, about, like a brave new world out there. And what would you say has been the value addition of private universities so far?
Yeah, I would say like in a perfect competitive world, and we don't have any. You see, the government doesn't establish businesses. The government do, but most resources that sustain a country is a private investment. So if you travel outside, you'll see that we have these small businesses that are thriving, and the government make it easy for them to thrive. You see, a private person with his or her own capital open up a business in an environment like ours. The individual need resources and also it needs opportunity to be able to sustain and grow. But in our case, in Ghana here, or maybe sub-Saharan Africa, you could see that you establish your business, like in this instance, you establish a private university, and you either swim and learn. Like recently, we have over 120 universities competing against each other, private ones. I believe equity should be the case, and this is how I would define equity. Equity is the government providing resources to all children, not to specific schools. For example, I use the US system that I'm conversant with. Every child is entitled to FAFSA. So no matter which school you want to go, you are funded. The child is funded, not the school. There's a debate here in Ghana for some time now where people are saying, don't support the proprietary schools, don't support the private schools. We did that and we closed down all the private secondary schools, basically. You see, and government alone cannot do that. So if you also go and do that at a private level, then basically you are running people out. And you see, lack of resources make people cut corners. That is why we fall short with accreditation issues. But accreditation for me, I'm not speaking, I won't here speak as a vice chancellor, but I'll speak as a professional. I support quality assurance, and I support accreditation that is not lessened or loosened up. strong accreditation mandates, because we need the diploma you are holding here in Ghana, it goes to US, Canada, Australia, UK. It's a valued because we follow the standard accreditation system. That is not losing up. People in the US respect Ghana certificates for diplomas because they know that the quality assurance, the quality is assured. You see, but then the issue is now, how can we, the private universities, perform in that line or in that aspect? Because the money is not there. So we start cutting corners, and you see that JTech is saying that don't do this, don't do that, do it this way. But we don't have, like, for example, a program for reaccreditation, you need 6 full-time faculty members for each program. You see, how do you, yes, if it is a new program, it is 3. But if it is a reaccreditation, they say 6. So how can you, for all the programs you run, about 49 of them, hire 6 faculty for all of them? Basically, you are closing down the university. So I believe that, coming back to my equity issue, if the government give resources to the child of a Ghanaian child, the Ghanaian child can take his or her resources to a private university. So also you can take it to the public university.
So it's like a voucher system.
Yes, yes. You see, the current Minister of Education also has a US bias, like myself. You see, we don't support the institution as a private or proprietary school, but we support the Ghanaian child. I'm ready to go to school. I have a way that the government is supporting me. So I apply for it, I get it, I can choose to go to whatever university, whether private or public. This way, to be easy for the private universities also have funding and also do a lot of things. And what JTech requires private universities to do, we can do it. But here is the case, you have to go to only the public universities to get access to get fund and other things and scholarship and those things. It's restrictive to the private university. So a child coming to my university who doesn't have money to study, if you come and look at account receivables of my students, you cry because they don't have money to pay. Some come and leave and others come and we have to provide work on campus for them. But that person is a Ghanaian child. That person is not, excuse me to say, a foreigner, it's a Ghanaian. So if we are supporting the private university, I will go for, let's support the child, the Ghanaian child, the person.
Except that in the university, they are not children, they are students.
Yeah, of course, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm sure that the audience will contribute. Oh, sorry, Dr. Techi wants to say something before.
I'm just referencing information from the Student Loan Trust Fund. And I think the paradigm has changed. And as it stands now, the metrics they've listed for participation for anybody on the student loan. I went to school with student loan, and I did enjoy how my mother regimented it at that time. It was 750,000 cedis in that era, and she would insist I spent only 250,000 cedis. The 500 I was supposed to save for my school fees. I didn't like it because I saw my friends enjoying and I couldn't enjoy. But here is the list that they've provided, the eligibility criteria. School that for you to participate as a student, the school you are in is a tertiary institution accredited fully. Then 2, the program being offered accredited. The loan is for only a Ghanaian citizen currently living and schooling within these in Ghana. Then only the needy applicants may be considered. What this means is that in principle, as a country, as a space, we have consciously opened up the whole loan facility to everybody to participate. I think what we should be looking at is how well we facilitate equitable participation of students from private universities in these government initiatives, so that it does not become public university heavy at the top, but it becomes equitably distributed through the system. And this can only happen when we have such dialogues, and the report from such dialogues are presented to the people or the decision-making points that really matter, and make it visible that, look, even though you've said ABCD, maybe going forward, the academy can commission a study to look at how that participation is tailored or is stratified within our system. What percentages are actually haven't applied? First of all, let's look at who applied, from where you applied, for what you applied for, and what was the decision points in giving you access or not, and the reasons for denying you those access. Because if you ask me, I'm a needy student. Are you the one defining my needy? I'm defining my needy. My father could have millions of dollars, but I'm still needy. Ask me to define my needy, and if it doesn't align with your needy, unless you categorically define what needy is, then if you leave it vague like that, then everybody is needy.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll come back. Yes, so I short.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's easier said than done. Yeah, it's easier said than done. You see, you send your student there, go and apply for student loan. You see, I was at the college, SGA College of Education as a principal before I came to Valley View University. There, because SGA College of Education is a public institution, it's different. But ask me, how many of my students at Valley View University have student loans? You see, you apply and those are to be given, even it comes after the semester or whatever. So maybe it is up to us, the private tertiary institution organization, to also find out and do a research into how many of our students are actually acquiring the student loan to come to school.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Professor Paule, we heard a lot about mentoring and affiliation, and you yourself helpfully said that because a lot of the private universities run business programs, you are really the house in UG, which does that. So I had some dissatisfactions about these relations. Big brother is supposed to bring up a small brother, and something does not seem to be going well. And the suggestion is that you've taken on too much, because it's also a source of funding, right? And therefore you may not, your eye may not reach everything. So tell us about this relation.
So that's a very tricky one. So the reality is that at the unit level, we hardly see cash. We don't see anything. I'm sure I hear there's some financial relations that the entities have with our universities, but at the unit level, we hardly see cash. So it's, for us, it's not, but of course the university may. Yes, and that is where the conversation, in fact, at one point, academic board actually tabled and decided that they were going, in fact, discuss the possibility of suspending all affiliations. I didn't like it, so I put up a spirited defense in the academic board. And my reasons were very simple. Number one, that we are publicly funded institutions, and it is the state that funds us that has given us a legal mandate to say, supervise this institution. So you can't say no. Number two, we are not able to admit all the students. We are just too overwhelmed. So if we have to support private institutions who would offload some of the students, why not do it? And then at the end of the day, academic board agreed and said that if that's the case, each unit should go set up a system that would facilitate the mentoring relationships. And so we set up a committee, a mentoring, we call it affiliations committee. It was chaired by Professor Sechi, who was himself a vice chancellor, and we relate to our mentee institutions. The difficulty is that the processes of mentorship, and like Prof said, can be a bit constraining. You get documents very late. You're supposed to review those documents and make inputs. You get exam scripts, exam questions late, and you're supposed to do so immediately and make sure that you give feedback. And unfortunately, sometimes year after year, in fact, I used to be a reviewer myself when I was not a dean. And year after year, questions that I reviewed came back to me the following year with the same type of errors and challenges and all of that. As we understood, our responses go every year, we go late. So whilst they send you the questions, they are waiting for responses. The responses don't come, so they go ahead and run the question. So by the time your responses get there, when they bring you scripts and results for moderation, you see that the same questions you said shouldn't be there were there. So I think there's been a lot of difficulty with those relationships. If areas operated like we did, where you had a unit that is in charge of mentorship or affiliation, it will be much easier. Except that, like I said, the university has the relationship, so the university takes the decisions and they pass on the work to you. But the most complex part of this conversation is that the university never sends resources. And I remember that I had a clash with my former VC, Professor Usu, over this, because another university, a university had reported us to the vice chancellor that we were asking them to pay extra money, which was not the case. So if there were conversations about what optimal level of institutions could be effectively supervised, it would be very important. Unfortunately, that conversation is not had because it's a regulatory requirement. And so people will come anyways, they will take them. And public universities themselves are constrained and struggling. My colleagues are overwhelmed with teaching. So you ask them to review questions, you ask them to go and do supervision and all of that. It's really, really tough. How could we have probably made this better? I think if we had and here I'm focusing just on the quality index rather than other things, because for other things, it was very good. For example, for conferences, for research, when we have conferences, we invite our mentee institutions, we take them on, we send people there to go organize workshops and have sessions with them. Those are things that I think go very well. But when it comes to the quality assurance perspective, getting program document properly done, I think if we had standing committees in all the units, and if we had resources to incentivize colleagues who do that work, and if there were willingness on the part of the mentee institutions to take feedback and to ensure that the feedback gets factored into their operations, and if there were issues at or systems at GTech to ensure that this relationship was also monitored, which GTech doesn't do. GTech doesn't do that, but I'm not sure exactly what they do, but eventually it is just us and the institutions, and that can create some problems, especially as Prof says, you are asking people to set some questions, you're asking them to make the questions in a certain way. I'm not too sure how the students were taught in the first place, and so that acceptance is almost always a problem. So in terms of the operational level and the things that happened there, I think the relationship hadn't been a good one. Maybe there's a lot more to actually do.
Japan suggested that a clearer framework
Would have been extremely important. It's very important.
But as you spoke, it also, reminded me of something that I thought the paper could address more.
Yeah.
The relations. So I didn't hear much about the relations among private universities, and I didn't hear enough about relations with public universities beyond this kind of mandatory thing, because we are all in the same business.
Yes.
So let's that sometimes your younger brother is smarter than you.
Right.
So how do you cooperate? So that kind of collaboration issue, but maybe are we also loading the GTech with too much? Can GTech take on all these?
Well,
or should GTech itself try to take on all of those things? Are there things that GTech can also delegate? We've heard a lot about research, for instance. And I don't think that GTech, I'm not saying GTech may have a research department, but I'm finding out through this project, there's so little research on higher education in Ghana. A lot of the work on higher education is being done by Ghanaian scholars elsewhere.
Yeah.
And then I'm not sure. The Faculty of Educational Studies at KNUST. When I contact the people at Cape Coast, they tell me that they deal with basic and secondary education. And I'm not sure. So basically, we really need this research to bring out the issues. Like you said, how many private university students benefit from the students' loan scheme? What are the issues, etc.? We don't know. So you look at the papers and the references seem dated, like, yes, we know what happened in 2017, but we're in 2024. Where is the data? Who is funding all of those things?
So thank you very much for bringing this up. And I think the conversation around the role of GTech, again, that's another something that we got to discuss, because I think GTech is turning itself gradually into a manager of higher education institutions in Ghana rather than a regulator. And so in my view, I think GTech would have to, for example, the standard requirement of, for example, what a department should look like. When you have universities with different sizes and mandates, it's very difficult. You can't hoist a standard framework on everyone and say, behave like this. If you need to set up a center, you must have this. If you have to do this, you have to have this. But the universities have different mandates. They have different orchestrations. For example, I run a lot of graduate programs. I have a head of department whose department has close to 20 programs. I appoint coordinators for those. GTech says, well, you can't appoint coordinators. You want to, anything you want to do, GTech has a certain, so literally, and that is where the issue of the unions come in. So the unions then react and say that you cannot dictate to the bone of what management does within universities. So the issue about GTech becoming a regulator, and I suspect that happens to our colleagues in the private universities. And if we find it very constraining, I can imagine what will happen to the private university. So I think GTech should adopt a facilitating regulatory posture than a constraining one. I think it's something we have to discuss. Unfortunately, their law mandates them and the law gives them power. And we have considered actually going to court to challenge their law, because I think that an act of parliament establishes the university and gives it its mandate. An act of parliament establishes GTech, gives it mandate. And then the next day, GTech is on your door telling you, you can't do this, you can't do that. When in fact, that's not really. So it's something that we've got to open up and discuss. I know this is not directed at you. I know that my bosses here are also the people who serve on GTech, but I think it's a conversation we must have.
Yeah, I think this one I would have to come in. I agree to some extent with you, but here is the catch. At no point did GTech say that you can't have a coordinator. At no point did we say that you can't have all these convoluted operational systems. Our policy and our principle and our argument has always been on one point. Do not transfer the cost of your innovation to government. Every time you appoint a coordinator, it comes with what you call position holding allowances. Now, every time you create or establish an office, it means that it exponentially influences or affects your funding requirements. What GTech is saying is that we have hit a certain ceiling of funding tolerance. So if you want to innovate your operational system, go ahead, do it. However, do not transfer that cost to government. If you want to have 200 coordinators within University of Ghana, why not? So long as you are not paying them an extra funding because they are already engaged as staff for which they are already being paid. That was where the contention was. And so the communication was not properly presented to everybody within the sector. But it was simply this: you want to do it, no problem, use your IGF to support those innovations. Everybody said no, leave our IGF alone, government still pay for the allowances.
I knew there was a financial issue.
For how long can we sustain this? Now you go back, you reference the private universities, privately funded universities. Why are they not operating such convoluted systems? No, because they do not have the resources to do so. It becomes a case of what you have to judiciously apply it. If I have an unlimited budget, believe me, I will put up Flagstaff House as my retirement package by the Volta River upstream, where I can fish every day, employ 300 people to clean it. Guess what? I am ending up cleaning a 4-bedroom house every day. And I ask myself, why the hell did I not put up a 1-bedroom? Because I look at my time constraints, I look at my energy level every day, and I feel that I do not have that need. So my next house, for example, no common sense will tell me don't put up a big house. Okay. So it's very simple. With our partners as universities, Please reduce your systems or take up the cost of your innovation. Thank you.
Or don't innovate.
No, as for the innovation, they must innovate.
Or don't innovate.
Find alternative sources of funding to innovate.
Prof, you see that we, as the employers say, we are getting consistent demands from industry, from government on the things that we don't do. Number two, 3SHS has opened up a floodgate. I tell you, business school building that we currently occupy was put up when there were less than 200 students in the entire business school. This time, in a single intake, we take 4,000 students. How do you manage that? Now, one lecturer will teach, in fact, you have 4 lecturers teaching just one course.
So it's going to go back to GTech and the norms about how many you admit.
Absolutely.
Let's give it to the employer. So for you, and you suggested that, hey, you men, you are too robust. You suggested that one of the things you did not hear in the paper was about the employment issue. So I wanted to find out about private university students in the world of work and what differences you have noticed, if any. You are head of research. So in any case, we'll also be coming to you to support our research because you benefit.
Thank you. Well, before I go on, let me just touch on something VC mentioned. The fact that they need to support. The fact that they need to support the individuals or the student themselves to make a choice. But I was just thinking, being in Ghana and our issue with brand, if you give the choice to a student to choose between let me say a private university and Legon or KUST, what will be the decision? So we may need to build confidence at the private university level so that we're able to interact at that level. Because I don't know how many parents would have access to Legon and say, okay, you go to a private. These are practical issues that we need to look at. So let's begin to build the confidence at the private university level so that parents will be confident enough to say, no, you have a course in economics, Legon, but you go to Valley View, all right? Because when you get to Valley View, you build your capacity in this direction. I think so. Let's begin to build confidence at that level. Yes, but before I come to, let me come to your question now. I will take it from the general level before the private universities. Challenge at the industry, and I'm sure you've heard it over and over again, is the falling standards. And Prof just mentioned it. 200 now versus 4,000. I'm wondering the type of quality that will come out of this. I'm just wondering, because so we are now bearing the brand or the brand of that deficiency, okay, in our educational system. I think we need to open the doors for a wider conversation, right from the primary school to the university level. How do we apportion the ratios? Because if you flood the university with so many students, they can do little. Yes, I've been there before. I used to be a teaching assistant at the economics department, and I know these challenges. And so we have generally skills levels have fallen. Yes, I was lucky. I was a teaching assistant, so I was able to learn some skills before I moved to industry. Else, I would have wondered what I'll be doing there, because you go there and the demands is different. The gap is so huge, and you are lost completely. And I wonder how many CEOs will be paying someone for years before the person picks up. Here we are in a difficult business environment. And so there will be the need for us to begin to look at the skills development levels, how we can move students to acquire the right skills, particularly even communication. And here it's about writing. Most of those who come out in industry are unable to write effectively. Write 2-pager and it's a big problem. Why? Because at the secondary level, they don't write. We do multiple choice questions. I was very happy with that, but I realized later that it's a big problem. Come to undergrad, multiple choice questions because we have about 4,000 students. What do? Go to the graduate level, then you are exposed to writing thesis. And then we spend 6 months writing chapter 1. These are practical issues that we face. So when they come, develop a proposal, and then this employee will take 6 months to write a proposal. So you ask, what is going on? So this is not different from those who come from the private universities. Problems are the same. We have, however, noted that probably because of the sizes, some of the private universities, students come and they perform better, and we are surprised. Hey, so you are from Legon and Nkoye, what happened? Okay, like I said, these are practical issues and we need to face them. Yes. So it's a call to all of us, not only the private schools, when it comes to skills, and we are interested in the skills of the workforce. That's what moves productivity. And so the two sides, we all need to work together to uplift the standards of those who come out. And that is how they can also expand the enterprises and we employ more people. Yes, because if somebody comes in is not able to expand the enterprise, we are not able to employ, and we say high unemployment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, there are all kinds of questions, at what level the writing skills should be developed, etc. So there are some really big issues. But I believe that our panel has raised quite a number of issues. Can we give them a hand? And now it's time to let you into the conversation. Dr. Japan, come and join them so that, and Dr. Engman, come up. And now we will be opening the floor. I know Professor Pupulampu is here. He has a lot of questions. Professor Oforia J, all of you. They are what? They are going to question you. Yes. No, they are going to raise issues and you can help to respond to some of the issues. So can I have another chair for, yeah. Okay, so when you raise your hand, you introduce yourself again. Charles, can you go around with the mic? I'm going to start from here. Prof. Japan has his hand up. Okay, sit down. Yes, please go ahead.
So, full introduction.
Yes.
My name is John Japon. I come from the Kwame Brim district. I went to primary school at, you want all that? Anyway, I currently work for the African Research Universities Alliance, ARUA. I have many comments on the paper itself and many of the issues that were discussed. I have very strong opinions, but I don't think I have all the time. One of the key things which I've been reflecting on is the fact that in our educational sector, at the basic level, and by that I mean going to nursery schools and primary schools and JHS and all that, we all tend to love the private ones. But then when it gets to the secondary and tertiary, liking shifts towards the public. And I'm not sure what is orchestrating that. Why do we like the private at the basic level and then the options shift towards the public in the secondary and the tertiary level? I believe it's all an issue of resourcing and the kind of infrastructure that is available in the public sector at these levels compared to the private sector. And until we resolve that, this gap will continue to exist. I can assure you that almost every student who gets the opportunity to go to University of Ghana Business School compared to any business school in the private sector is more than 90% likely to go to the University of Ghana Business School because of the availability of all the good things that we have talked about. And therefore, the funding structures that exist in the public sector needs to be seriously looked at compared to what exists in the private sector. The reviewer talked about a classification which sounds good on paper, but I'm not sure this non-for-profit, and they all, in all of them, the bottom line is, have you balanced your books? So I think that classification needs to be looked at again. Even the so-called mission universities, the faith-based, yes, they all have to draw the bottom line. And therefore, this classification, in my opinion, needs to be looked at. The other issue is, she said there is a lot, they are doing a lot more female numbers. It may be true on paper, but I think we need to look at the programs that are being offered in the private universities. Many of the private universities are steering away from the so-called STEM programs because of the cost in mounting all the STEM programs, the laboratories and the workshops that are required to run the STEM programs. For that reason, there is a very high affinity for the arts and the humanities in the private sector. And therefore, don't be happy that its female numbers are good. It's because, in my opinion, it is because of the kind of programs that are being offered there. I've had opportunity to work with GTech in various capacities. And I must say that in almost all the accreditation visits that I have undertaken in various parts of the countries, I find the private universities, for want of a better phrase, a little behind, lacking in almost everything. And this is something that we need to confront, seriously. The quality is not good enough. The kind of faculty we recruit is also not good enough. It's as if we go for the bottom. I'm not saying everybody in the private universities is not good enough, but clearly there is a challenge with the quality, and we must not run away from that. Some of the private universities are now chartered, and I've been asking myself, are they also mentoring the others? Because it's as if the mentorship is always going to the public universities. And if they are not mentoring others, why are their friends not wanting to be mentored by them? It's a question that we should ask ourselves. Madam, I can go on and on and on. I have many issues which I would want to raise. The charter and enrollment issue is something that has come up very seriously. Many students were going to some of these affiliated universities because they wanted to get Legon or KNUST degrees. And now that the chartered universities are offering their own degrees, it's also affecting enrollment. And we shouldn't run away from that. If I'm coming to bill I can face, if I'm coming to what do you call it? Central University because I can get a University of Ghana degree, what's the point?
It's not that I can be. It's a distinct model. Do you see? Get MasterCard. Yes. No, it's not.
I'm Michael Oswansa, University Administrators. I think that the outcome of all the activities of the private university has to do with the product. And everyone is concerned about the quality of products that are churned out. Because if you are having a nursing training institution and it's a private institution, and the nurse that is going to be trained, you are going to be the patient in the hands of that nurse. You want to be sure that that nurse has gone through a good training to be able to take care of you. But there was the understanding that the private universities were going to catch a niche of themselves, and through quality product, will be able to get a market segment. But the public universities are also making efforts to also improve their quality. And so you get the best students going to the public universities, and the less qualified ones going to the private universities. So if the process of the training, as Prof said, the quality of the lecturers, the quality of the infrastructure, the resources is also not adding up to the training process, then you will have more people wanting to go to the public universities instead of going to the private universities. And so there's still going to be a challenge of the market there. In the report, it mentioned about cost sharing under the staffing and faculty. I think what we can look at there is multiple employment opportunities, because in the Pensions Act, we have the primary employment and we have a secondary employment. In the universities, once the faculty vice chancellor, you should be able to take up another appointment somewhere, provided the vice chancellor approves it. So maybe you may have to look at primary employment, secondary employment, whereby we can have some of our faculty also going there on secondary employment, because we are all interested in the faculty, in the product. And if they can help improve the product, I think it will also be good for us. Talking about GRA and tax incentives, I think, Prof, that's where the classification of the universities is important. If it is a non-for-profit, GRA's assessment and evaluations will be different. If it is a profit, then certainly the relationship and the engagement and the evaluations will not be the same as not-for-profit. But it's all about tax planning. It's all about the packaging. So instead of collecting a cash donation in your books, you can get the sponsor to sponsor an activity. If you are doing a program and they are taking about the sponsorship of the activity, no matter how much it is reported, the sponsor will be able to present it in his books as a business-related expense and get GRA to allow it as a taxable expense. And then you too, you can get the benefit of the outcome of the activity and also get it as a tax incentive. So that is also one area we can look at it. How we package the engagement, how we package the relationship, and how we also prepare our books and present our books. Maybe some of us, the way we present our books does not engender confidence from the tax authorities to also give you certain benefits that you desire. But in all, when the employer is trying to compare a public university product with a private university product, and it's creating an impression that one is doing better than the other, we ask ourselves, how much fees is this private university student from Ashesi University paying compared to how much fees the same students want to pay in their university, in the public university? And what are the numbers? So all these issues come up to play. Whilst he is willing to pay higher fees at a private university, the same person wants to be charged a lower fee, and in the process, the university is not able to mobilize the adequate resources to improve the quality. But for GTech, we will expect that you will improve the accreditation process, ensure that we don't leave gaps to say that, okay, we can give you provisional accreditation whilst you take efforts to correct it. Those corrections never get done. And being a business model, I'm sure we all go through the process of deciding how we want our business model to run. And I think that if the private universities are for more collaboration and partnership, they can mobilize more resources for their operations. Thank you very much.
Prof, thank you. I'm not sure where to land my comment, whether to comment from Dr. Japon's paper or Justice's comments or John's comments. So anyway, I think one of the key things that we would want to see going forward in terms of the work is the clarifications of the institutions. We need to be more clear about the different types of institutions we have in the private space. For example, we're talking about and we'll know that there are very, very employable graduates coming out of a number of the private universities because of the programs they go and do. They go there, they leave, they already have work. The nurses, the physician assistants, the pharmacists, and so on, they have work. There's no unemployed graduate from the private in those spaces. Most of them do have work. So I think it's important to clarify that. That's one. Two, I think it's also important to ensure that the matter of cost, which has been raised, should also be noted. Just as many of the programs you run, the fee-paying programs are more expensive than the programs we run. Many of them are, or are at par with the fees that we charge in private universities. So I think that's also important to take note of. I think I'll simply land my point on the GTech issue. Prof, I wear like 25 hats. GTech is in my blood. Private university is in my blood. John is my brother in GTech, you know, so I don't know, but the GTech, you sent me out, yes. But the GTech issue, Dr. Tichi, I think it's important to, okay. You see, the accreditation is, you were a little wrong when you said that it's like GTech didn't have to do anything with those institutions before. It was a gap in regulatory oversight. That is what it was. So as you know, GTech, over the last year, we've worked so hard, and many of the programs that we've had to look at, legacy programs, but we had to look at them because they were not accredited. You know, it was a regulatory gap, you see, for several years. And the matter of what Professor Baole raised about being set up by law, that matter is also a sort of, what do the lawyers say, lacuna or something like that. Some of us are small boys and girls. You know, that matter as to being set up by law, does that then give you authority to be able to simply award having been set up? Because GTech's regulatory powers are also there. So I think there's a lot of conversation that must go on, and I'm sure this is the start for many of those. Let me also add, please, there are current data available. GTech's last report, 2022, has data. You mentioned 2020, but there are data 2022 from the last report. It's there. The matter of tax, and I will sit down. I think, Professor there's supposed to be some tax. We don't tend to pay corporate tax. We don't pay corporate. There's a tax. There was a tax break given like what, 8, 7, 9, 10 years ago, something like that. So it's important that we also know what some of the actual facts are. Thank you very much, bro. Thank you.
Testing mic 1, 2. Okay.
So thank you so much. I think there was a lot of points raised, and one of the things that came out when Prof was speaking there was, how do we make private universities a university of choice? That as much as we're going towards charter, we won't have the umbrella of our mentor institutions issuing certificates. but rather chartered institutions will now be issuing their certificates, which could have a knock-on effect on enrollment. And I think I'll just cite a classic example with the institution that I'm in. I'm with Academic City University College. And I think our mentioned institution, University of Cape Coast, said the same thing as we were going to charter. They said, oh, don't rush to go to charter because without our certificate, you know, you have to build a brand. I think that's what a lot of private institutions we have to do. Universities such as Legon, KNUST, you have brand and you have track record. And that's what comes with being an institution after so many years. And we private universities still have a long way to go in building brand and a track record. So for my institution, for instance, we're a relatively new institution, only 6 years old. But from all our tracer studies, particularly with students in employability, because of our student to staff ratio, because of the facilities, you tend to see such students making a bit more impact. But it's one of those challenges that we have as a nation, whereby you are able to go and find excellence in individuality. But the challenge comes in the unified manner. And I think there was a little bit of discussion happening on this stage when the comments was being made that you have the exceptions, you have the academic cities, you have the HSE, but how do we make all the 120 university institutions operate at that excellent level that is required? And that is a bit of work that we need to do from the private sector side, being able to, identify what our strengths are and focus on that. But one thing I would say when we're talking about programs of study, and actually, Prof mentioned that in one of our feedback, we did highlight some of the programs of study private institutions offer, and I apologize for not talking about that today. But what you will see is that even institutions such as KNUST, which is supposed to be a technology and engineering university, is offering humanities courses. All technical universities in one form or the other is offering humanity courses because that's where the drive is. So it is no wonder that private institutions in their bid to be able to gain some capital and investment for themselves have to offer such humanities courses as well. For our institutions such as ours, a lot of people hear about Academic City and they think, oh, it's a STEM institution. And we also offer humanities, but what we try to do differently is do a technology-infused humanities course. But you can't run away from the fact. So there's still some work to be done to say, how do we change the mindset, especially if we're saying as a nation, we need to move towards industrialization, towards more STEM focus. What do we have to do to get people to actually apply for those courses? We have all the equipment in our facility, but we still struggle to recruit engineering students. And that's because our fees, okay, there's the fees elements, which is quite high, which means that if you don't have the means, you're unable to come and do same. But what else can we do so that people who want to have a specialization and a niche can do so? What our recommendation was that private universities need to create those niches. So what can we do to address those? So we will be looking a lot at all the comments that has been said, including the female numbers. How do we measure quality? The multiple employment option that was raised. So we'll take all that into consideration. And thank you so much for your comments.
Tech. I thought we were going to be last. Well, I think I've listened to everything. I've heard the issue about data access. And Prof. Pupulampul, I agree with you. It was a regulatory gap in that space. And therefore, we allowed a certain paradigm to grow. But you can also agree with us that over the years, we've worked assiduously with all the public universities, and most of the programs in there are either in good standing or in the processes of being in good standing. You're on our board, and you've seen the list that has been coming almost every time the board sits, and the majority is from the public funded universities in Ghana. That said, I would move away from regulation. I would go back to where I focused my PhD research on university, industry, government relations. And I've been hearing today this whole issue of funding strategies, what you call it, support systems, innovation mechanisms. And I heard industry repeat the whole process of the skills gap again. 2011, we started talking about skills gap, Labadi Beach. 2012, Prof. Tego joined us, skills gap, national conference. 2013, Mensvik, still skills gap. All the way, every time we have a national conference on education, a national dialogue on education, skills gap comes in. But here is the thing. On every publicly funded tertiary institution in Ghana, you have a representation of GEA and AGI with the core focus to facilitate the partnerships, to support funding, innovation drives, as well as drive the closure of that skills gap, to bring on board the industry expectations of the programs that students or institutions are rolling out. Now, if we go and sit on our boards and our councils, and we do not provide this requisite support to the institutions, and we leave researchers, I, as a researcher in the operations research space, would sit and abstract various research topics because that's what I'm interested in. But if the person partnering me to run those researches is interested in how my research feeds a specific industry shortfall, then surely I would realign to that interest because that's where the partnership drive is. So from the regulatory perspective and from governance structures and systems, we strongly encourage that you not only become spectators at the board, you become actual citizens. Please do not assume anything from this. This is basically the objective, pragmatic approach to it. Let us work hand in hand. I would rather see the tax incentive that we've been clamoring for going to industry than going to the universities. Fund industry or give them the tax incentives on the basis of the partnership values that they have established with innovation centers to generate research and innovation. So if you, as GEA, one of your members, supports University of Ghana to roll out specific programs, fund lecturers to go and do PhDs in that particular area, we can then come back to that table and table a certain strategy, policy advice to government to say that give industry that supports universities and research spaces to do ABCD, the value equivalent in tax write-offs. To me, I think this works. It may not be the ideal thing, but it is something we can start talking about, and it is something we can start working for. For us as GTech, we will always be available to assist, work with you, and ensure that we have a very quality space education system in Ghana, one that everybody believes in. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to make some comment. There was a comment about the products of the private universities not performing well. Why that might be true to some extent. I don't think if we classify it that way, we are painting with a big broad brush. For example, at BBU, our graduates, all of them have work. I can say that 70 to 75% graduate and go to world of work. Few of them also have the opportunity to travel abroad to do their masters and other programs. Yeah, so I don't think that is true entirely. And why are people or students clamoring for the secondary schools and the universities, government ones, instead of the private ones? If I go there and I can get free tuition free, I'll go there. It's not basically about, I wouldn't say, because we need to have a research in that. That is because of the quality. Because we teach some students from University of Ghana in our master's program, and we see the quality. Okay, so it's not necessarily the quality that is there. But then if you are having a free tuition or you can have a tuition waiver, then I would like to go there. And also, the government policies have driven some of our, not almost all of the private universities into either close down or reduce quality. For example, the liberalization of all the making technical polytechnics into universities and technical universities, and all the 46 colleges of education into degree awarded You see, that alone for us at VVU, it closed down our school of education. We used to have numbers around 4,500. In some cases, we even did have numbers about 8,000. Now, if you ask me the numbers that we have, it's about 600. Not because of quality. Even we offer secondary education, but people choose to go to government schools to get free education and also so the competition is keen. Finally, I would like to also say that the government should liberalize the economic liberalization. We do understand that it encourages private sector development. So if the government can liberalize some of the policies to encourage individuals to go in. And the final one is the private university colleges being mandated to become universities. I believe the rush must be slowed down a little bit, because either it will force some private universities to close down, fold and go, or the quality also will be problematic. So I believe in this instance, the private universities have to come together and maybe petitioning the government regarding making all of them universities. And then the issue of what the professor said will come to pass, that instead of someone holding a KNUST degree from a different university college, or University of Ghana degree from a different university colleges, then all of us, everyone is now chartered. I believe chartering should be slowed down. Thank you.
Prof. Baole.
Yes, thank you, Prof. So a few closing comments to my colleague from GTech and to Prof. Please, GTech should be for the universities and not against us. So be for us, not against us. And in that regard, please advocate for universities when government tries to constrain us a lot in terms of, for example, employment. Currently, there's very strict employment management. People retire and you cannot replace them. And you get an annual, in some cases, 3 years, and they give you 100, slots to recruit. So while student numbers are going up, faculty numbers are going down, and faculty members are going old, and it's something we haven't looked at. In fact, in the business school now, on average, you have people, 70% of our faculty members are around 55 years. So in the next 5 years, we're going to be getting about 70% of them will be on retirement. We are not getting new faculty to replace them because of that. And that's affecting a lot of the work that we do. I think we should, in fee rationalization, GTech, please advocate also on that. Because to date, a BSc admin student pays 2,000 cedis in total for a year. Only 800 of that is facility user fee. Come on, I'm not too sure what we can do with that. And so when I get compared with Ashasi, it's difficult to compare because Ashasi is paying 70,000 plus for a term or a semester. There's no way I can provide the kind of thing that Ashasi will provide. And when you get told that use that same 800 cedis to pay for faculty or pay for, then it gets difficult. You're asking where is that money going to come from? So please advocate for us in terms of fee rationalization, because it will also reduce the disparity of choice between public and private. Because if the fee was quite similar, GIMPA takes around 12,000 cedis also a semester, or is it a year? If we were charging 8,000, 9,000, it probably will bring the conversation a bit apart, and you will not get everybody wanting to come to Legon, even those who can afford. I think our colleagues from the private universities have done quite a great job, soaking the pressure from us, and they must continue. It's very important to, in the wake of this new everybody must charter, I've been having conversations with some private universities to create partnerships that would allow the programs that we run, that we currently issue certificates for, to run as partner programs in their universities whilst they develop new programs all together. Those conversations, I'm not sure what will happen, but eventually if we can find a way to keep those partnerships. It will still give the opportunity for the private investors to do what they have to do. Also find and join, and I spoke that to the Natward University founder, communities of practice among the private universities. Currently, Ashasi is leading Education Collaborative, and that allows all the universities to join. And we are a member, and we're leading in some of the things where we share experiences on the things that we are strong at. Cape Coast is leading on some things. Other universities across the African region are leading on specific areas of improvement. So it helps to be able to get our colleagues to pick up and get support in doing things that they think they have to improve. I think what our private universities have done very well at for a long time has been their vocational focus, rather than us where we literally call people and give them degrees that Ghanaians don't love anymore. And I think that you should continue to do that. The more the conversation about job creation and employability comes up, the more the private universities will become very attractive, because people know that if I go and I can get a degree in nursing, or I can get a degree in pharmacy, or AI or computer engineering or something, they will not come and do a raw BA program. And therefore, that may also reduce our pressure. And we've already seen reductions in that, where we get a lot of students who are offered degrees, places on our BA program. Unless they are combining with business, they will prefer to go to a private university and do something if they can afford. So those conversations of the colleagues who focusing on the vocational areas and ensuring that they can create a lot more school to job, plug to play kind of output, I think that it will help to reduce their pressure, and perhaps they can continue to be viable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abraham.
Thank you. Let me just add a few comments. I think Prof did ask a question that why is it that at the base level, the private schools are doing very well, and at up level, they are sort of struggling. This is something I've been discussing. I call it positive selection. So you get all the 10 ones, okay, to converge in Adisade, and you get all the D7s to converge in, let's say, a private school somewhere. Obviously, we know what is going to happen when they move up to the universities as well. So this calls for how we can restructure education. I think I've made this call already. How we can restructure education in Ghana. I think we've overemphasized matters at the policy level. Okay, we need to begin to come down to look at the practical issues that are affecting our education. Second, my friend from GTech, Dr. Techi. Yes, you made a good point. But let me say, Article 25, I remember, from our Constitution, it provides that we need to have access to education, the equity, and all that. This falls at the doorsteps of a government. Okay, employers will come in to support because we also need the skills. But educating the workforce, government must take this lead role. We started doing something, collaborating with educational institutions to bridge that gap. GTech came in to say, if you don't have a PhD, you can't step foot in the classroom. You can educate me on this. But I'm just asking now. It's like telling or asking Elon Musk that he cannot share business or industry experience with students because he doesn't have a PhD. You get it. This is good. Calling for higher education to be able to teach well. These are all important. But somebody who has spent 25, 30 years in industry building a business, I think we have a lot to share. And this is what we are calling for. Bring those experienced guys to also help our experienced faculty in the various institutions to also be able to meet what is in demand now. Right? I think that is what we look at. So let's move on. Strengthen the collaboration, which is very important.
Professors of practice, and they exist in so many places.
Exactly.
You can appoint somebody who does not have a PhD as a professor of practice, and they do it, but they don't call it like that, you know, visiting this or something, but it's important.
Yes, so we need to do that. Thank you.
Dr. Engman, any
Yeah, when you're usually the last, say whatever you wanted to say has been said already. But I just want to say thank you for all the comments and the feedback, which we'll incorporate into the paper. Just a few comments. Private higher institutions being the university of choice. Recently, we see a lot of students applying to private universities. We receive a lot of applications. The challenge is that when you give them the admission, either they come for 1 year, that's what they have funding for, or they drop out at the second, third year, they are not able to afford again. So yes, people want to come for the private universities, but like you said, funding is a challenge. But then talking about the tax incentives that we are asking for, Academic City, for instance, we do give some scholarship to some students. So if we do have some tax incentives, it will help us to give more scholarships to the students who are not able to afford but want to be in the private universities. Then university of choice, do you take a Legon certificate or you take an Academic City certificate or other public certificates? So I remember when you're about to have charter from where I sit as a dean of students, when students were about to graduate and they heard we were going to get charter, there were mixed feelings. Some were excited, I'm going to have an Academic City certificate. Some were not excited. They wanted a public university certificate. So I think it's a discussion that we need to have. We'll do some research and find out how do students really feel about that. Then about employability and the quality of our students. Recently, especially this year, we've had a lot of industry partners, employers coming to us, offering our students internship, national service opportunities, and partnering with us on student activities that we are having. So I think employers have seen the skills and the capacities that we are building in our students and are reaching out to us, and it's gradually becoming a bit overwhelming. So I think private universities are doing a good job. Thank you.
No, the discussion is getting exciting. I'm looking at the time, but I'll give Professor Obiofori and the other Vice Chancellor from CAF the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you, the consultant. I like your presentation. My major worry is that you rely solely on secondary data. And if you want to develop a policy based on solely on secondary data, it's problematic. So when I got the invitation, I was surprised. I was thinking that they should just send us online questionnaire for some of the universities to fill free of charge. You will not have to pay, so that we give most of this to the consultants, so that it becomes primary data that you combine with secondary data. Number two, there's this perception of high cost tuition in private universities. And I'm surprised the GTech has bought into it. And even the consultant who is also teaching in a private has also bought into it. Have you analyzed the costing of education in the public universities and private universities? I've done analysis. Sometimes if you rely solely on tuition fee, maybe 5,000. And Lagos, maybe the listing is 2,000. And you rely on that alone to make a conclusion, it's problematic. If you analyze the fees that they are paying, small fees, and you aggregate them, yeah, there's no significant difference. I've done it for Catholic University, UNE, Legon, K University. There's no significant difference. But there's a perception that there's high tuition fees, and we have all bought into it. It's not supported by data. And if you analyze the economic status, income level of students who attend private universities, they are not rich. We do the analysis. Legon, K University, UNE, Catholic University, Central University, and you see that they are not there, even those who are poor. But they're able to. So if the thing is so expensive, why are they able to afford? So it's also another fallacy where it's not supported by data. The enrollment about the charter, when you charter, you are going to suffer enrollment. That was also another fallacy. It's not based on any solid data. If there's only one or two isolated cases, and then you all jump into conclusion that when you charter, this thing you're going to fall. It doesn't happen. You need to data consistently for maybe 5, 10 years. Then you can make a meaningful conclusion, and then otherwise you just be flying out some conclusions that are not supported by data. The funding sources, the consultant gave that about 95% of this are from fees. When you look at the fees or the source of fund, you have capital expenditure and then operational. Did you look at the capital expenditure that is being done by the owners? So in that case also, you put the thing out that, oh, the owners, they are relying solely on school fees. But all the buildings, have you costed the buildings? No. So that one is also another one that's not based on solid data. Then finally, for the GTech, I think now you started being fair, both private and public, because I have worked in Lagos all my life. I never attended any GTech panel. As soon as you get a program, you start. And when I went to UNER, we started UNER as a foundation provision. You just go, when the thing is approved, you submit it, and then you start. Can this happen in a private university? Never. It will never happen. Unless you get the accreditation, they will not allow you to teach, to run the course. So that is something that, as I say, you have to be fair to both institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the last comment here. Oh, okay, I'll come back to you, Dr. Swansea, when you finish. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just make a few observations on this activity. I want to use this opportunity to commend the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences for this program. As far as I'm concerned, maybe this is the first time you're having engagement with private universities. If it is the first time, then we need more engagement with the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, because your motto is excellence in knowledge. So since we are contributing to that, you have to be interested in. And then for your team for this meeting that I was thinking we are going to have a series of presentations on the team. Maybe people looking at sustainability, people looking at equity, people looking at enrollment, people looking at all that before our panelists will have the discussion for that. But just using only one paper for our discussion, I don't think. So maybe for your subsequent policy dialogue, try to diversify it so that we have more information to deal with. On the presentation, I think, it covers a lot of areas, but it's just a scratching of the surface of everything. If you talk about the contribution of private universities in Ghana, we've done a lot. And I was expecting that they will mention the sort of things we are doing in terms of our contribution, in terms of job creation, in terms of assets, even assets at areas that that is one of the reasons why the public universities are coming to our backyards to even get students. So I think you can do more on that. Even the economic contribution at those places where we have our institutions. We open up economic activities around the areas we operate. So you have to look at that very well. And also your categorization actually is a problem. So you have to actually look at the categorization in terms of, even in terms of programs, which private universities are offering science-based program, business programs, this and that we can see. And then we need a chronology of the categorization too, to see between this period, how many do we have? Private university 2020, how many do we have? 2022, how many new ones? And so that we can see the growth. So when I was looking at your growth for private university, I was trying to see the path in terms of enrollment and in terms of numbers and all that. So you need to do a little bit more on that. And then our private universities itself. It's not easy managing a private university. I was from the public university, retired, and became a rector of private university. And we realized that it's a different ball game altogether, particularly when it comes to governance. See the structure, particularly if it's a profit-oriented, you are looking at things, you are looking at the long term, but he's looking at his money. So you are looking at knowledge production at the same time making money. So it's not easy managing the two processes. So if you go back to governance, so governance of private university is something that they have to look at again. Particularly if it's a profit making, so it's GTech that will set the standard, because GTech is a regulatory body. So you always have to help us with all that. But in terms of the quality of the training, I think private universities are doing a great job. We are training quality graduates because the certificates are being offered in the name of other universities. If the person is looking for a job, he's using that certificate. So it's along the line that they will know that, oh, he has attended this private university. But we are doing a good job. And if we can follow, and I'm very happy the way GTech is coming strongly to ensure quality and standards. If you follow through with that, we are all the same. The products will be excellent. Yes. So, so in terms of quality, yes, we are improving on our quality and turning out quality graduates. And then, like he said, we can be on our own and survive. Just like a prof said, at the basic schools, why are people sending their children to private schools? So the same way at our level too, people will send their children to our private universities because of the quality of the training that we are offering there. And then a quick one on the GTech. Let me support GTech. In fact, I have to commend GTech for coming to ensure that we maintain standards at the private universities. Particularly because from my transition from public to private, GTech is saying that do A, but because it involves money, they are not looking at it that way. They want to compromise on quality. But because GTech insists that if you don't do A, we will not give you accreditation, we are forced to do it. So GTech, you are doing a good job over there, but you need to change. You have to review your policies from time to time. That is very important. For example, when I was a director of quality assurance at University for Development Studies, one time I went there, I entered a particular room. We have more than 500 programs to be looked at for accreditation. If you look at the staff at GTech, they cannot do that. But when they introduce an alternative accreditation committee for looking at programs, that's why you're able to clear about 500 programs within a very short time. So reviewing your policies is very, very important. And then for the industry, please support us, both public and private universities, for research. If you go outside Ghana,
industry wants support.
They support research. Private universities or private industry, they support research in the universities. But Ghana, they want something from you. They want product from you, but they don't want to support you to develop that kind of product they want. So please take it to your people that they should help us. Internship, grant us internship and employ them and also help us, particularly when it comes to research. And I'm very happy that our rep at GTech talk about, I don't know whether he's the one who talk about, we work here with our mental institutions where we shatter. It's the dean of the business school. I think if we charter and we are doing joint degrees with our mental institutions, I think it will help us a lot. It will be a seamless transition from unchartered institution to a chartered institution. So thank you very much.
Very much. Dr. Swansea. Yeah. And then this is.
Okay, thank you. I think this is just a comment. And my suggestion is that I think higher education is a field of study, and we should try to develop it as a nation so that our policies will be underpinned by research instead of experience and practice. Then to the private universities, I think they have a good model to study. They should start talking to institutions in Brazil and Philippines, because if you go to Brazil, public universities are rather afraid of public. Public are afraid of private. The private is so powerful. So you can start looking at their model. Then to GTech, please, we plead with you to make sure that you make the data available, because if you're doing research on higher education, sometimes it becomes very, very difficult to get the data and accurate data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we will rest our case for now. I think you will agree that we've had a stimulating session. You know, applause, but very critical comments have been raised, not only about private institutions, but also about public institutions, and the need for more discussion, more research, especially primary research. And we will also be waiting for the memoirs, the Days, the Obioforis, you know, the Ephraims, especially those who have worked in both sectors. We do need those memoirs, you know, which you cannot get just by going to GTech or something. We need these reflections. Somebody was talking about reforms. The problem is that we have reforms all the time, but it's not clear whether it's informed by any kind of evidence. So this is part of what motivated this research, you know. You convert polytechnics to private universities, technical universities. Have you gone back to look at what you said you were going to achieve? Have you achieved it? What more needs to be done, etc.? That is something that this project has tried to do, because our very first policy dialogue was on the conversion of polytechnics to technical universities. So it is this constant assessment to be able to move forward, you know. So I thank our panel, I thank the consultants, and I thank all of you. And now I'll invite Professor Cliff Tego, the chair of our steering committee, to properly close the dialogue. Thank you very much. Yes, you can go. GTech wants to be released.
No, it shouldn't go. Yes.
Down there.
Yeah, no, because somebody they put a question to him about having a research unit. You didn't answer that. You didn't answer that. Evans, you recall some 10 years ago, NCT, the council approved appointment of research fellows to NCT, and it would have been there for GTech. Those people will be doing real-time research and be reporting. You know, I don't think they did it. And I'm saying so because I was chairman of NCT at that time. But I think it's been a very vibrant discussion we've had here. This is the 7th and final dialogue. I think perhaps except for funding, the one on funding, this really is top up there in terms of enthusiasm, the discussion, the details that have come out. I have a few comments myself. Some 114 years ago, the same body that is sponsoring this project, Carnegie, appointed somebody called Abraham Flexner. Abraham Flexner was not in the medical field, but they commissioned him to look at medical education in the US. His report came out 1910, and through that, the number of medical schools reduced from 150 to about 24 or so. This came to mind because we're now looking at some 120-something private institutions. What did not come out of the presentation is the issue of the sizes of these institutions. And if the data provided by GTech are anything to go by, you will find institutions that have 36 students and so on. So the question is, do we really need that many institutions? I agree that there's a constitutional provision that says that any person, so long as we have the wherewithal, you can set up at your own expense a private institution. But it also says that under regulation, the law should indicate exactly how it should be done. So this is a question that we have to ask ourselves. Do we need 100 and something private institutions taking 200 here, 100 here, 40 here, 50 here? The institutions should ask themselves whether they are prepared to merge to become larger and more influential. It's economies of scale also will then come in, because if two institutions come together immediately, they will have only one management rather than have two management. So these are that you have to look at. And so we can relate this Flexner report. Some of you may remember there was a TV religious show, the Oral Roberts something. How many remember this? Oral Roberts in the US. He had a university, Oral Roberts University. It collapsed. Even the master of the deal, Donald Trump, his own university collapsed. So it's possible for institutions to collapse, but we don't want that. The thing is for them to merge, come together, and flourish. Now, of course, the World Trade Organization has higher education as a commodity. So we have no, we can't run away from that fact. And until, unless government decides that there should be no more, and that is the only body that is going to provide, private university or private institutions must be encouraged. After all, they started education from, it's not government, the missions. From the time of Infantsville Secondary School, all the way through. It wasn't until 1927 that the government of the Gold Coast decided to have a public secondary school, which is Achimota College that came up. So private provision has come to stay, and it is most welcome, but it must up its action and bring us the quality that they envisage. You should not be worried about whatever the public institutions are doing in taking students away. They will never be able to admit all the students. 2 or 3 of them are aiming at becoming mega universities. But I think that's where GTech should come in, because once you start reaching those levels, you're asking for trouble. A mega university is 100,000 students or more. I'm not sure we are ready for that. I always have this nightmare when we put up all those new halls on the campus at Legon, that the day the students will rise, they will know how to come from home. They will be right from inside. So large institutions you can have, but then you must introduce the distance mode to take care of them. The residential thing is not suitable for large numbers. Now, there was also a comment, the regulatory side, about bureaucracy. Well, they don't forget that within the institutions, the Constitution guarantees the academic freedom, right? And once you have that, if you define academic freedom properly, GTech will always be in court, because I think that they're a little intrusive these days. They will always be in court. If you define academic freedom properly, institutions should determine what they teach. They should determine their students. They should admit their own students. They should determine their faculty, and so on. But of course, if you depend on public money, you must also listen to the public. That is, be accountable to the public. Professor Emeritus, Emerita Professor Techua Menu. Since this is the last one, I think I'll stand on behalf of the steering committee to ask all of you, please, let's give her a standing ovation. She has almost single-handedly run this project. I don't know how much whether she's paid or not, but we'll find money to pay you. But seriously, so thank you very much. And of course, you have the support of the academy. Over the period, we've had so many people doing the background papers, finding time to come here to present, and so on and so forth. And we have to thank them, because these are not easy things to do. As has been said, sometimes when you're even looking for data, it's problematic. Just last night, I wanted to know how many secondary schools we have in this country. So I sent a message to somebody in Ministry of Education, and she says, oh, let me check from the EMIS people. EMIS is the Education Information Management System, EMIS. So after she had said that, I said, oh, but EMIS should also be on the net. So I called EMIS, and the information I had there is that there are over 8,000 secondary schools in the country. Now this morning, she brings back information that says that there are some 800 private and another 800 public. Meanwhile, the EMIS website says over 8,000. So there's a serious problem somewhere. Most of the time, people like me, when we want data, we go to the source. But if you have 107, 107 private institutions, how can you get all even the big ones that you think always have their data ready? The only one that I can speak for is KNUST. KNUST, you can get student enrollment data from 1961. Once you get the link, you can get everywhere along the line. You can get the entire thing. Legon does well, but I'm not too sure whether they are there yet. So we also plead with the institutions to get their data, at least submit to GTech, where we can get the composite thing. On that note, for all of you here, we thank you very much for your very vibrant contributions, insightful contributions that you have made. As has been said, towards the end of next month, we're going to have a closing conference for the project. So those of you who are ready to attend, please make sure you do. Finally, let me wish everybody, even if you just go into Mamobi, the traveling message. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, dear participants, for our 7th policy dialogue. We appreciate your coming and your contributions. Please, lunch is served behind. We can all gently move towards the lady in the white long sleeve, and we'll have lunch. Thank you once again.